Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. While renovating the spare room, I stumbled on a notebook hidden beneath the floorboards. Its pages were brittle, ink faded, but the words were unmistakable. The first few entries described someone's routine, harmless observations. But then things got strange. The entries started describing someone who lived like me. Same habits, same layout of furniture. Then I read a page that mirrored my actions from the previous night, down to the food I ate and the sound I thought I imagined. I flipped to the final written page. It described me reading the journal, then it stopped mid-sentence. I haven't written anything in it, but this morning there was a new entry, not in my handwriting. The paper felt different under my fingertips today, somehow heavier. I sat at my kitchen table, the journal open before me, trying to make sense of what I was reading. The handwriting was careful, deliberate. Someone had taken their time with each letter. The new entry described my breakfast routine with unsettling accuracy, how I always check the weather first, then the news, then finally pour my coffee. Details no one should know. I turned back to the beginning, searching for clues about who might have written this. The early entries were mundane. Someone documenting their daily walks, noting which neighbors kept their porch lights on, which dogs barked at strangers. Nothing threatening, just observations. But there was something clinical about the tone, like a researcher taking notes. The smell of old paper and dust clung to my clothes as I read deeper. Whoever wrote this had been watching someone closely, too closely. They knew about the loose floorboard that creaked near the bathroom door. They knew about the way the kitchen faucet dripped twice after being turned off. They knew about the habit of checking door locks before bed, not once but 3 times. I found myself checking my own locks as I read, feeling foolish but unable to stop. The entries began mentioning a woman who lived alone, who worked from home, who had recently started a renovation project. My renovation project. The writer described how she would pause sometimes while working, as if sensing she was being watched. How she would glance toward windows even when the blinds were closed. How she had started keeping a hammer next to her bed. I looked toward my bedroom. The hammer was still there. My hands were trembling now as I turned the pages. The writer had somehow gained access to my house, had observed my most private moments. They knew about the way I talked to myself while cooking, the specific words I used when frustrated with stubborn screws during the renovation. They knew I had found their journal. But that was impossible. No one else had keys. No one else had been inside. I called the police, though I wasn't sure what crime to report. The officer who came was polite but skeptical. How could someone predict actions that hadn't happened yet? Maybe I was confused about the timeline. Maybe the journal was just someone's creative writing exercise. He suggested I change my locks anyway, just to be safe. After he left, I sat with the journal again. The officer's visit was already documented in a new entry I hadn't seen before. Not just that he had come, but what he had said, how he had looked around my living room, which questions he had asked. The entry was written in the same careful handwriting as all the others. I started staying at a friend's house, but even there, new entries appeared. The writer knew where I was, knew what I ate for dinner, knew that I had tried to call my sister but got voicemail instead. They knew I had Googled home security systems and hidden cameras but hadn't found anything useful. The entries began to change in tone, less clinical observation, more personal commentary. The writer seemed frustrated that I had left my house. They missed watching my routines. They wanted me to come back. They promised they weren't dangerous, just curious about how people lived their private lives. They said they had been alone for so long that watching me felt like companionship. I returned home during daylight, determined to search every inch for cameras or recording devices. I found nothing. No hidden microphones, no tiny lenses, no evidence that anyone had ever been inside except me. But that evening there was another entry describing my search, noting which rooms I had checked first, how long I had spent looking behind picture frames. The handwriting was becoming less careful, more hurried. The writer seemed agitated that I was trying to find them. They reminded me that they knew everything about my life, my routines, my fears. They knew I was afraid of the dark basement, that I avoided using the back door after sunset, that I had started sleeping with my bedroom door locked from the inside. I hired a private investigator, someone who specialized in stalking cases. She installed motion sensors, checked for surveillance equipment with professional-grade tools, researched the history of my house. The previous owner had died of natural causes, she told me. An elderly man who had lived alone for decades, no family, few visitors. The house had been empty for months before I bought it. But the journal entries continued. Now they included details about my conversations with the investigator, about the equipment she had installed, about my growing paranoia. The writer seemed amused by my efforts to find them. They pointed out that they had been documenting my life long before I found the journal, suggesting that perhaps I should check how many entries there really were. I counted hundreds of pages, far more than I had initially realized. Some dated back years, long before I had moved into this house. The writer had been documenting someone's life, someone who lived exactly as I did, someone who made the exact same choices I would later make. Or maybe they had been documenting my life all along, somehow knowing where I would end up. The investigator found no evidence of illegal entry, no fingerprints except mine, no DNA traces that didn't belong to me. She suggested I might want to speak with someone about stress and anxiety. Living alone could play tricks on the mind, she said. Sometimes people created elaborate scenarios to explain feelings of being watched or followed. But I knew what I was reading was real. The journal predicted things that hadn't happened yet, then documented them after they occurred. It knew I would spill coffee on my shirt today before I had even poured the cup. It knew I would receive a package that I hadn't ordered. It knew I would find myself writing in the journal myself, adding my own entries in my own handwriting, though I had no memory of doing so. I read my own words describing my confusion, my fear, my growing certainty that I was losing my ability to distinguish between what I had done and what I had been predicted to do. My handwriting was becoming more like the original writers, careful and deliberate, as if I were documenting someone else's life rather than living my own. The final entry in my handwriting was incomplete, stopping mid-sentence just as the original writers had. But this morning there was a new page, not in my handwriting, not in the original writers either. Someone else had found the journal. Someone else was reading about their own life being documented by people they had never met. Someone else was discovering that they had been writing entries they didn't remember, predicting actions they hadn't yet taken. The cycle was continuing. The journal was still hidden beneath the floorboards, waiting for the next person to find it during their renovation project, waiting to document their growing confusion and fear, waiting to predict their actions before they took them. I moved out last week, but I left the journal where I found it. Someone else will discover it soon. The entries have already begun again, describing someone new, someone who lives alone, someone who has recently started a renovation project in the spare room. Crime 2, it started with the fern in the hallway. Every time I passed it, the soil looked freshly disturbed. I blamed my cat until I realized the fern moved slightly when I whispered near it, so I tested the others, all of them. Every plant in my home bent ever so gently in my direction whenever I spoke. Then I noticed the growth patterns, vines stretching toward vents, leaves curling toward the light switch. I started speaking in code just to see what they'd do. That's when I found a small device buried in the potting soil. Not a tracker, a microphone, and a receiver. I don't know who's listening, but the plants keep growing toward me like they're waiting for a command. The discovery changed everything about my routine. I stopped watering them with the same casual indifference. Each morning I'd examine the leaves for new positioning, checking if they'd shifted during the night. The spider plant in my bedroom seemed particularly active, its trailing stems now reaching toward my bedside table where I kept my phone. I began to wonder how long they'd been listening, how many conversations they'd captured, how many secrets they knew. I started investigating the previous tenant, a woman who left abruptly according to my landlord. He mentioned she'd been paranoid, claiming someone was watching her. I dismissed it as mental instability. Now I wasn't so sure. In the basement storage unit, I found boxes she'd left behind. Inside, gardening supplies and something else, detailed sketches of surveillance equipment, hand-drawn diagrams showing how to hide recording devices in soil. Notes about optimal plant placement for audio capture. Her handwriting was meticulous, almost obsessive. The deeper I dug into her belongings, the more disturbed I became. There were photographs of my apartment taken from different angles, marking the best locations for acoustic surveillance. She'd mapped out every corner, every conversation spot, but these weren't the actions of someone being watched. These were the plans of someone doing the watching. I realized she hadn't been the victim. She'd been the one planting the devices. But why? Who was she working for? I found a receipt for industrial-grade recording equipment purchased just before she moved in. The amount was staggering, far beyond what any individual could afford. This was organized, funded, professional. I began examining my own life, searching for reasons someone might want to monitor me. My job was mundane, my relationships unremarkable, my routine predictable. Yet someone had invested considerable resources to listen to my most private moments. The plants continued their subtle choreography, adjusting their positions as I moved through the apartment. I tested them systematically, speaking different words in different rooms, watching their responses. They weren't just randomly growing toward sound. They were following specific patterns, as if programmed to react to certain triggers. The monstera in my living room would perk up whenever I mentioned work. The peace lily in my kitchen responded to financial conversations. Each plant seemed assigned to monitor different aspects of my life. I decided to trace the receivers. The devices were sophisticated, requiring a nearby collection point. I spent days walking the neighborhood, carrying a radio frequency detector I'd borrowed from a friend in electronics. The signal led me to a van parked 3 blocks away. Through the tinted windows I could see banks of recording equipment, but when I returned the next morning with proof, the van was gone. In its place, fresh tire marks and the lingering smell of burned electronics. That's when I noticed the pattern in my neighbor's behavior. Small things. The woman across the hall who always seemed to know when I'd received packages. The man downstairs who mentioned conversations I was certain I'd only had in private. They weren't just neighbors, they were listeners. The surveillance network extended beyond my apartment, threading through the entire building like roots through soil. I confronted the landlord, demanding answers about the previous tenant and the surveillance operation. His reaction told me everything. The nervous laugh, the way his eyes darted toward my windows. He knew, he'd always known. The rent was below market rate for a reason. The apartment came with a hidden cost, privacy. Every tenant was monitored, recorded, cataloged. But for what purpose? Who was collecting this information? What were they learning from our mundane daily lives? The investigation consumed me. I documented everything: plant movements, neighbor behaviors, suspicious vehicles. The evidence painted a picture of systematic surveillance, but the motivation remained unclear. Were we test subjects, information sources, blackmail targets? The more I uncovered, the more questions emerged. Each answer led to deeper mysteries, more disturbing possibilities. Then I found the real shocker. Hidden in the basement, behind a false wall, was a room filled with files, hundreds of them, each marked with an apartment number and tenant name. Mine was there, thick with transcripts of conversations I'd thought were private, but so were files for tenants from years past, decades of surveillance, generations of listening. This wasn't a recent operation, it was an institution. The files revealed the scope of the program: financial data harvested from overheard phone calls, relationship details extracted from private conversations, business plans stolen from home offices. The information was being sold to competitors, divorce lawyers, insurance companies. Our privacy had become a commodity, traded in markets we never knew existed. The plants were just the latest innovation in a surveillance economy built on stolen intimacy. But here's what disturbs me most. I've removed all the devices. I've destroyed the plants. I've moved to a new apartment, yet I still catch myself whispering, still feel watched when I'm alone. The paranoia has taken root deeper than any surveillance system could plant it. Maybe that was the real purpose all along, not just to listen, but to make us afraid of being heard, to turn our own homes into prisons of self-censorship. I never found out who was behind it all. The landlord disappeared. The files vanished. The neighbors moved away simultaneously, like a coordinated evacuation. I'm left with questions that may never be answered and a persistent feeling that somewhere, somehow, someone is still listening. The plants may be gone, but the seeds of doubt they planted continue to grow, reaching toward every conversation, every whispered secret, every moment I thought was mine alone. Crime 3. When I returned from a short trip, I found my bedroom rearranged. Not redecorated, rebuilt. Furniture had been moved. Paintings I never bought hung on the walls. Even the closet door opened the wrong way. I called the landlord. He claimed no maintenance had been scheduled, but the doorknob was different. The mattress had a strange indentation. Someone had been sleeping in it. I checked the outlets. 2 were swapped for fake ones. Hidden recorders were inside. Whoever rebuilt my room had been here longer than I knew, and they weren't just observing, they were impersonating me. The smell hit me first when I pushed open the door that evening. Not quite perfume, not quite cleaning products, something synthetic and cloying that made my throat tighten. I stood in the doorway, keys still in my hand, trying to process what I was seeing. My dresser had been moved 6 inches to the left. The mirror above it reflected a slightly different angle of the room. Small changes, but when you live alone, you notice everything. I dropped my bag and walked to the bed. The sheets were the same pale blue I'd left them, but they were tucked differently. Hospital corners instead of my usual haphazard method. I pressed my palm against the mattress where I normally slept, cold. But there was that indentation on the other side, a body-shaped depression that hadn't been there before. The pillow still held the faint outline of someone's head. My hands were shaking as I opened the closet. The door swung to the right instead of left. I stood there, pulling it back and forth, listening to the hinges creak in a different pitch than I remembered. Inside, my clothes hung in perfect intervals. Someone had organized them by color, something I'd never done. A few items were missing: my red sweater, a pair of jeans I'd worn the week before leaving. In their place hung clothes I didn't recognize, a black dress in my size. A jacket with unfamiliar stains on the cuffs. I called the landlord from the kitchen, my voice steady despite the tremor in my chest. He sounded genuinely confused when I described the changes. No work orders, he insisted. No one had keys except emergency maintenance, and they kept logs of every entry. He offered to come over, but something in his tone made me decline. too eager maybe, or maybe I was already starting to question everyone. The next morning I examined every inch of the room with the focus of someone conducting an autopsy. The electrical outlets were wrong. Two of them sat slightly proud of the wall as if they'd been installed recently. When I unscrewed the face plates, I found them tiny recording devices, no bigger than buttons, connected to wires that disappeared into the wall cavity. Someone had been listening to my sleep, my private phone calls, the quiet sounds of my solitary life. I left them in place. If I removed them, whoever was watching would know I'd discovered their surveillance. Instead, I began my own investigation. I started with the paintings on the walls, 3 watercolors of suburban houses that I'd never seen before. The frames were expensive, heavier than they looked. Behind one, I found a receipt dated 2 weeks ago. It was paid for with a credit card that shared my name but had numbers I didn't recognize. The bank was my next stop. The representative, a woman with kind eyes and concerned frown, pulled up my account history on her screen. There it was, the charge for the paintings, along with dozens of others I hadn't made, grocery purchases at stores I'd never visited, gas stations across town, even a hotel booking for the same weekend I'd been away, but in the opposite direction from where I'd actually traveled. "Someone's been using your identity," she said, but her expression was puzzled. "The signature on file matches yours perfectly, and they used your PIN at the ATM locations." I studied the transaction records she printed for me. Each purchase was methodical, ordinary. Groceries included items I typically bought, my brand of coffee, the specific type of bread I preferred. Someone had studied my habits with the dedication of a scholar. The hotel charge particularly unnerved me. While I'd been visiting my sister, someone had been maintaining my routine, living my life in my absence. Back home, I searched for more evidence of this parallel existence. In the bathroom medicine cabinet, I found prescriptions with my name, but for medications I'd never taken. The pills inside were real, half empty, as if someone had been taking them regularly. I photographed everything, creating a catalog of my stolen life. The mailbox yielded more disturbing discoveries. Letters addressed to me, opened and resealed so carefully I almost missed the slight difference in the adhesive. Bank statements for accounts I hadn't opened. A lease agreement for an apartment I'd never seen, signed with my signature, but for a location I couldn't identify from the address. I hired a private investigator, a former police detective with tired eyes and gentle hands. He listened to my story without interruption, taking notes in a leather notebook that looked like it had survived decades of similar testimonies. His first step was to verify my own identity, fingerprints, dental records, DNA samples that would prove I was who I claimed to be. Identity theft usually follows a pattern, he explained during our second meeting, but this is different. Someone isn't just using your information, they're living as you. The question is whether this is fraud or something more personal. We installed cameras in my apartment, hidden devices that would record any intrusions. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Then one evening while I was at work, the cameras captured her. A woman who looked exactly like me, using my key to enter the apartment. She moved through the space with the confidence of someone coming home. She checked the mail, adjusted the furniture back to her preferred positions, and even changed the sheets on the bed. The most disturbing part was watching her sort through my personal items with the casual familiarity of someone organizing her own belongings. She held up photographs of my family, studying faces she'd never met but seemed to recognize. She read through my journal, nodding at passages as if she agreed with thoughts she hadn't written. When I confronted the investigator with this footage, his expression grew grave. "We need to involve the police," he said. "This goes beyond identity theft. someone has been systematically replacing your life. But the police were skeptical. The woman in the video looked so much like me that even I had to study it carefully to identify the subtle differences. The way she held her left shoulder slightly higher, the fact that she wore my clothes differently than I would. Without clear evidence of criminal intent, they suggested I change my locks and consider it a civil matter. I changed the locks, installed deadbolts, even had the windows fitted with security film. None of it mattered. She kept getting in. The cameras would capture her arrival, but never her method of entry. She simply appeared in my apartment as if she materialized from the walls themselves. The breakthrough came when I decided to follow one of the addresses from the mysterious bank statements. The apartment building was across town, in a neighborhood I rarely visited. The doorman recognized me immediately, greeting me by name and asking about my trip. When I claimed not to live there, his confusion was genuine. He showed me to an apartment that was decorated exactly like mine, down to the placement of coffee mugs in the kitchen cabinet. "You moved in 6 months ago," he insisted. "Paid the deposit in cash, said you worked unusual shifts and might come and go at odd times." In this duplicate apartment, I found photo albums filled with pictures of my life, but with her in them instead of me. Family gatherings where she stood in my place, vacation photos from trips I'd taken, but with her face replacing mine in every shot. The digital manipulation was flawless, as if she'd erased me from my own memories and inserted herself. The final revelation came when I discovered her journal, hidden beneath the mattress in the duplicate apartment. Her handwriting was identical to mine, but the thoughts were foreign, disturbing. She wrote about watching me, studying my movements, practicing my expressions in the mirror. She described the feeling of sleeping in my bed, wearing my clothes, becoming me in increments until the transformation was complete. But the last entry chilled me more than anything else I'd found. She's starting to notice the changes. Soon, I'll have to decide which one of us gets to keep this life. I've been her longer than she has. I sit in my apartment now, surrounded by cameras and locks that don't seem to matter. Every morning I check the mirror, searching for signs that I'm still myself. Sometimes I find small differences, a freckle I don't remember, a scar that seems newer than it should be. I've stopped trusting my own memories because I can no longer be certain which experiences belong to me and which were lived by someone wearing my face. The police have classified this as an ongoing investigation, but I know they don't believe the scope of what's happening. How do you explain to someone that your entire existence has been duplicated, that somewhere in this city, another version of you is living your life more convincingly than you are? I've considered moving, disappearing, starting over somewhere else. But I'm no longer certain that the person who would arrive in that new place would actually be me, or if she's already waiting there, having anticipated my escape and prepared a new life for us to share. The woman in my mirror smiles back at me, but I'm not sure I'm the one making that expression. And tonight, when I go to sleep, I'll wonder if I'll be the one who wakes up tomorrow, or if she'll open my eyes and continue living the life she's built in the space between my identity and hers. Crime 4, there's a specific board near the kitchen that creaks when stepped on. It's always creaked, but recently the sound changed, not louder longer, and it echoed differently, as if mimicking footsteps from somewhere else. I tested it dozens of times. Eventually I stopped stepping on it, but I still heard it creak. At night, when no one else should have been walking, I placed a cup of water on top. It rippled. That board isn't reacting to me. It's responding to someone, something beneath it, something that knows when I'm listening. The house had been vacant for months before I moved in. The previous tenant left suddenly, according to the landlord. Personal emergency, he said. but the way he avoided eye contact when explaining the hasty departure made me wonder what kind of emergency leaves behind a full wardrobe, family photos still in frames, and a refrigerator stocked with fresh groceries. I found the first letter wedged between the loose floorboard and the wall. The handwriting was careful, deliberate. I know you're watching me through the floor. I can hear you breathing down there. Stop following my footsteps. It wasn't addressed to anyone specific, just folded paper with words that made my skin crawl. The second letter appeared a week later in the same spot. You moved my things again, the coffee cup, the book. I left them exactly where I wanted them. Stop touching my belongings. The ink was darker this time, pressed harder into the paper. Someone had been angry when they wrote it. I contacted the landlord about the letters. His response was immediate and dismissive. The previous tenant had been dealing with stress, he explained. Probably wrote them during a difficult period and forgot about them. But his voice carried that same evasive quality I'd noticed during our first meeting. The neighbors were more forthcoming. The woman next door remembered strange sounds coming from the house during the final weeks before it went empty. Not furniture being moved or normal packing sounds, rhythmic tapping, always from below. She'd assumed it was renovation work, but no contractors ever appeared. I started paying attention to the sounds in my own routine. The creaking board near the kitchen wasn't the only one responding strangely. There was a pattern developing. Footsteps above would trigger sounds below, but the timing was off. The echo came first, then my actual step would follow, as if something underneath was anticipating my movements. The basement door had been painted over multiple times. Fresh coats of white paint covered older layers, but the door handle showed where patterns that suggested frequent use. When I finally managed to open it, the smell hit me immediately. Not decay or mold, something sweet and chemical, like cleaning products mixed with something organic. The basement was smaller than the house's footprint suggested. A section had been walled off with newer drywall that didn't match the original construction. The wall was hollow when I knocked on it, but there was no obvious way to access whatever space lay behind it. I found the third letter that same evening, placed directly on my kitchen table. You're getting too close to understanding. Some secrets should stay buried. The sounds you hear aren't random, they're warnings. This one was different. The handwriting was shakier, more urgent, and it was written in pencil, not ink. The realization struck me slowly. The previous tenant hadn't left suddenly. They'd been living in fear, documenting something that was happening to them. The letters weren't addressed to an unknown recipient. They were messages to whoever would come next, to me. I contacted local authorities about the situation. The officer who took my statement was polite but skeptical. People hear strange sounds in old houses all the time. The letters could be a prank from the previous tenant or neighborhood kids. Without evidence of an actual crime, there wasn't much they could investigate. But I kept the business card he gave me, and I noticed how he wrote down the address twice, as if trying to remember where he'd heard it before. The sounds became more frequent, not just the creaking board, but tapping from inside the walls, always in response to my movements, but with that same unsettling timing issue. The echo came first, then my action would follow, like something was reading my intentions before I acted on them. I started varying my routine, taking different paths through the house, changing when I used certain rooms. The sounds adapted. Whatever was causing them was learning my new patterns faster than I could create them. The fourth letter appeared taped to my bathroom mirror. You're not the first person to notice. Others have lived here before. Others have heard the sounds. They all left eventually, but one of them never made it out of the house. The tape was fresh, but the paper looked older than the previous letters, as if it had been written long ago and only recently placed. I researched the property's history. The records showed multiple short-term rentals over the past several years. Most tenants stayed less than 6 months, but there was a gap in the records, a period where the house was listed as occupied, but no tenant information was available. The basement wall was keeping me awake. I knew there was space behind it, and I knew that space was connected to the sounds I was hearing. But breaking through would mean destroying property that wasn't mine, and potentially discovering something I wasn't prepared to handle. I decided to document everything instead, every sound, every letter, every strange occurrence. If something happened to me, at least there would be a record, evidence for whoever came next. The 5th letter was waiting when I returned from work. You're asking too many questions. The neighbors are starting to talk. The landlord is getting concerned. You need to stop digging or you'll end up like the others. The handwriting was different again, more controlled, but with an underlying tension that made the words seem to vibrate on the page. That night I heard new sounds, not tapping or creaking, scratching, deliberate, rhythmic scratching coming from directly below my bed. I moved to the living room, but the scratching followed, always staying underneath whatever room I occupied. I called the number on the business card. The officer remembered my case. He'd been thinking about it, he said. Something about the address had been bothering him. He'd looked up the property records and found the same gap I'd discovered, a missing tenant who'd never officially moved out. We arranged to meet the next day, but when I woke up, there was a 6th letter on my pillow. You've involved too many people now. The sounds you hear aren't coming from below. They're coming from someone who's been watching you make the same mistakes as everyone else. Someone who knows this house better than you ever will. The scratching stopped. The creaking board went silent. Even the walls seemed to hold their breath. I packed that morning and left the key with the landlord. I told him about the letters, the sounds, the basement wall. He listened carefully, then mentioned that he'd been getting similar reports from other tenants over the years. Always the same pattern, always ending with people leaving suddenly. But as I drove away, I realized something that made my hands shake on the steering wheel. The final letter had been written in my own handwriting, and I had no memory of writing it. The officer never returned my calls. When I drove past the house weeks later, I saw a moving truck outside. New tenants were already moving in. A young couple, carrying boxes and furniture with the excited energy of people starting fresh. I almost stopped to warn them, but what would I have said? That the house responds to your movements, that someone might be living in the walls, that you might start writing letters to yourself without remembering. Instead, I drove past and tried to forget, but sometimes, late at night in my new place, I still hear that creaking sound. The one that comes before I take a step, not after, and I wonder if the house followed me or if I never really left at all. Crime 5, I always thought the place felt strangely quiet. No neighbors' footsteps, no muffled TV sounds. One night I knocked on a wall out of boredom. It sounded hollow, deeper than it should have. I drilled into it and found not insulation, but space, empty space. A whole corridor running parallel to my unit. It was dark, lined with old carpet, and didn't connect to any exits, but someone had walked it. Shoes had left faint trails. There were camera holes drilled through into my bedroom. Someone watched me from there, and judging by the footprints, they still might. The discovery hit me like cold water on bare skin. I stood there in my bedroom, staring at that perfectly round hole in the wall, smaller than a dime but large enough for a lens. The plaster dust still clung to my fingers, gritty and real. Behind that wall lay a corridor I never knew existed, and someone had been using it. I needed to understand who had access to this hidden space. The building manager seemed like the obvious starting point. He met me in the lobby, a thin man with nervous eyes who kept checking his phone while we talked. When I mentioned the hollow walls, something shifted in his expression. Not surprise exactly, more like recognition. He claimed he'd never heard of any hidden corridors, but his hands shook slightly as he flipped through his maintenance records. The building blueprints he showed me didn't match what I'd found. According to the official plans, solid walls should have surrounded my unit. Yet I'd crawled through that narrow space myself, feeling the worn carpet beneath my palms, breathing air that tasted stale and forgotten. The previous tenant's name appeared on several work orders: requests for wall repairs, complaints about strange noises, demands for locks to be changed. The manager mentioned she'd left suddenly, breaking her lease without explanation. Her security deposit paperwork showed damages listed as unauthorized wall modifications and installation of foreign materials. I started noticing other details that had escaped my attention before. The electrical outlets in my bedroom sat slightly lower than standard height. The baseboards showed tiny gaps where they met the walls. Most unsettling, my floorboards creaked in patterns that suggested someone moving in parallel spaces, matching my own movements from room to room. Sleep became impossible. I found myself lying awake, listening for sounds that shouldn't exist. The building's heating system produced normal mechanical hums, but underneath those familiar noises I could detect something else. Soft rustling, occasional footsteps that didn't correspond to anyone walking in the hallways outside my door. During daylight, I examined the camera holes more carefully. They'd been drilled with precision, angled to capture specific areas of my bedroom and living space. The drill work looked professional, not the crude attempt of an amateur. Someone had planned this carefully, taken measurements, chosen optimal viewing positions. The building's rental history revealed a pattern I hadn't expected. Several tenants in my unit had broken their leases early over the past few years. Each had cited vague complaints about privacy concerns or feeling watched. The rental office had dismissed these as neurotic behavior from city dwellers adjusting to apartment living. I contacted one of the former tenants through social media. She agreed to meet me at a coffee shop several blocks away from the building. Her hands trembled around her cup as she described experiences that mirrored my own. Strange sounds at night, the feeling of being observed. She'd found evidence of surveillance too, but when she'd reported it to authorities, they'd suggested she was experiencing stress-related paranoia. The most disturbing revelation came when she showed me photographs on her phone, pictures of her own apartment taken from angles that would have been impossible for someone standing inside her unit. The photos had been slipped under her door over several weeks, each one more invasive than the last. Someone had been documenting her daily routines, her sleeping patterns, her most private moments. She'd hired a private investigator who'd confirmed the existence of hidden spaces throughout the building. According to his report, the original construction had included service corridors that were supposed to be sealed after installation work was completed. Instead, someone had maintained access to these spaces, using them for purposes the investigator couldn't definitively prove but strongly suspected involved surveillance. The investigator had also discovered that the building's ownership structure was deliberately obscured through multiple shell companies. Whoever actually controlled the property had gone to considerable lengths to hide their identity. The rental management company claimed to be contractors working for an investment group, but they couldn't provide direct contact information for the actual owners. I started mapping the hidden corridors myself, using a small flashlight and marking my progress with chalk. The network was more extensive than I'd initially realized. Passages ran behind most of the residential units, with access points that connected to a central hub near the basement level. Someone could move throughout the entire building without ever appearing in the main hallways. In one section of corridor, I found a small room that had been furnished as a makeshift office. A desk held notebooks filled with detailed observations about various tenants, sleeping schedules, daily routines, visitors, personal habits. My own information filled several pages, recorded with an intimacy that made my skin crawl. The notebooks contained entries about other tenants, too. One woman's schedule was tracked down to her exercise routine and grocery shopping patterns. A man's work schedule was documented along with notes about his relationship status and financial situation. Someone had been studying us all like laboratory specimens. Among the surveillance equipment, I found something that changed everything. A lease agreement for my specific unit, signed by someone whose name I recognized, not from the rental office or building management, but from my own personal life. Someone I'd trusted completely had been watching me from these hidden spaces. The signature belonged to someone who'd had legitimate reasons to visit my apartment multiple times. Someone who'd known my schedule, my habits, my vulnerabilities. The dates on the lease predated my own rental agreement by several months. They'd been planning this surveillance before I'd even moved in. I confronted them in a neutral location, bringing copies of the documents I'd found. Their reaction confirmed my worst suspicions. No denial, no shock, just a calm acknowledgement that they'd been caught. They explained their behavior as concern for my safety, claiming they'd been protecting me from some unnamed threat. But the notebooks told a different story. Page after page of intimate observations that had nothing to do with protection and everything to do with control. They'd been studying me, learning my patterns, documenting my life in ways that went far beyond casual interest. The authorities showed limited interest when I reported my findings. Without evidence of actual physical harm, they treated the situation as a civil matter rather than a criminal investigation. The complex ownership structure of the building made it difficult to determine who was legally responsible for the unauthorized surveillance. I moved out within a week, but the experience left questions that still haunt my daily life. How many other buildings contain similar hidden networks? How many people live under surveillance without realizing it? The person who'd been watching me had access to keys, to building plans, to information about prospective tenants. They're still out there, and they know where I work, where I shop, who I spend my time with. Sometimes I catch glimpses of familiar faces in crowds, or notice the same car parked near my new apartment building. The surveillance might have changed locations, but I doubt it's actually stopped. The most unsettling realization is how easily privacy can be violated by someone with patience and access. No sophisticated technology required, just time and the willingness to exploit architectural spaces that most people never think to examine. We assume the walls around us provide security, but sometimes those same walls hide the very threats we're trying to escape. Crime 6, I bought the mirror from a yard sale. It was antique, nothing fancy, but it didn't reflect things right. I'd catch glimpses of motion that didn't match mine, a hand brushing hair when I was still, a figure crossing behind me that wasn't there. I took pictures, videos, none of it showed up. Then I started watching it closely. In the reflection, the apartment was slightly different, older, and messier. Then I saw a version of me curled up, injured, mouthing something. I checked behind me. Nothing, but when I pressed my palm to the mirror, I felt heat and pressure, as if someone on the other side wanted out. That's when I realized the mirror wasn't showing me anything supernatural. It was showing me the past. The apartment I was living in had a history. The previous tenant, a young woman who looked remarkably similar to me, had lived there for 3 years before disappearing. The police report was filed, investigations were conducted, but nothing concrete ever emerged. The case went cold. The landlord never mentioned it when I signed the lease. I started noticing things that didn't belong to me. A hairbrush with strands of brown hair, though mine was blonde. A coffee mug with lipstick stains in a shade I'd never worn. Small items tucked behind radiators, under loose floorboards, in spaces I hadn't thought to check. Personal belongings that felt deliberately hidden. The mirror seemed to respond to my presence in specific areas of the apartment. When I stood near the kitchen counter, the reflection showed dishes piled high, takeout containers everywhere. When I moved toward the bedroom closet, I saw clothes scattered on the floor, hangers bent and broken. The bathroom reflection revealed towels bunched in corners, a shower curtain pulled tight. I began documenting everything, not the mirror itself, but the apartment. I photographed every corner, every hidden space, every detail that seemed out of place. I measured distances between furniture and walls, looking for inconsistencies. I found them. The bedroom wall had been repainted recently. Not the whole room, just one section behind the bed. The paint was slightly different, a shade lighter than the rest. When I pressed against it, it felt hollow. Behind that wall, there was empty space. I contacted the landlord about the previous tenant. He became defensive, claimed he'd told me everything necessary, but his hands shook when he spoke and he kept glancing toward the bedroom. He mentioned she'd been troubled, had problems with someone who wouldn't leave her alone, an ex-boyfriend maybe, or a stalker, he wasn't sure. The police records were sparse. The missing person report described her as withdrawn in her final weeks, according to coworkers. She'd called in sick frequently, stopped socializing, seemed paranoid about being followed. Her family lived far away and hadn't spoken to her in months before she vanished. No one seemed to know her well enough to provide meaningful leads. I found her journal wedged behind the refrigerator. The entries became increasingly erratic toward the end. She wrote about feeling watched, about sounds in the walls at night, about someone having a key to her apartment. She mentioned hiding things, important things, where no one would think to look. She was planning to leave, but she was scared. The final entry was incomplete, ending mid-sentence. The mirror showed me more as I spent time with her belongings. I saw her crouched in the corner of the bedroom, writing frantically. I saw her checking the locks on the door repeatedly, moving furniture to barricade the entrance. I saw her speaking to someone I couldn't see, pleading, backing away toward the kitchen. When I called the detective who'd handled her case, he seemed surprised anyone was asking about it. He admitted they'd never thoroughly searched the apartment. The landlord had been cooperative, had given them access, but they'd focused on other leads. Interviewing known associates, checking her bank records, tracking her phone. They'd assumed she'd left voluntarily, maybe running from whoever was bothering her. I asked about the hollow wall. He went quiet, then he asked me to repeat what I'd said. He wanted to know how I'd found it, why I was looking. His voice changed, became more official, more careful. He said he'd need to come by, bring some people with him, take a look. The mirror stopped working after that. It reflected normally, showing only what was actually there, but I kept finding her things. Letters from someone signed only with initials, letters that had been torn up and carefully taped back together. Photos of her with a man whose face had been scratched out in every image. Phone records I discovered in a folder she'd hidden in the bathroom ceiling, showing repeated calls from the same number, often late at night. The detective came with a team. They opened the wall. What they found there changed everything, but they wouldn't tell me the details. They just said it was evidence, that the case was being reopened, that I might need to find somewhere else to stay while they processed the scene. I moved out the following week. The landlord offered to break my lease without penalty. He seemed eager for me to leave, kept apologizing for not mentioning the apartment's history. He said he'd thought it was better not to worry new tenants with stories about what might have happened. Months later, I read a brief article buried in the local news section. Human remains had been recovered from a residential building. The investigation was ongoing. No names were mentioned, no details about the location or circumstances. The article was maybe 50 words long. I tried calling the detective several times. He never returned my calls. I drove by the apartment building once and saw it was empty, windows boarded up. A sign in the yard advertised it for sale. I still have some of her things, items I found before the police came, items I somehow forgot to mention when they asked me about what I'd discovered. A ring she'd hidden inside a pillowcase, a key that doesn't fit any lock I've tried, a photograph of her standing in front of that same mirror, smiling, looking happy. On the back, someone had written a date and the words "before everything changed." Sometimes I wonder if I found what she wanted me to find, if she'd been trying to tell someone, anyone, what had really happened to her, or if I just convinced myself I was helping when really I was just afraid of living alone in a place where someone had suffered. The man in the photos, the one with the scratched-out face, had never been interviewed by police. The phone number that appeared so frequently in her records was disconnected shortly after she disappeared. The initials on the letters matched no one in her known circle of friends or family. I kept the mirror for a while, stored it in my new place, but it remained ordinary, reflecting nothing more than what stood in front of it. Maybe it had served its purpose. Maybe some stories can only be told once to the right person at the right moment. Or maybe I was just someone who needed to believe that objects could hold memories, that the dead could communicate, that justice could come from yard sale discoveries and careful attention to details others had missed. The case remains open as far as I know. But I've learned that open doesn't always mean active, and active doesn't always mean answers. Sometimes the best you can do is make sure someone's story gets told, even if you never learn how it really ends. Crime 7, the fan in my bedroom always clicked at the highest setting. Annoying, but I got used to it, until I found the small black square taped to the top blade, a camera. I reviewed the footage on a nearby laptop I didn't own. It recorded everything, me sleeping, me dressing, me talking to myself. But the creepiest part, sometimes it recorded someone standing in the corner, silent, motionless, completely still for hours. I checked all the files. That figure had been there long before I moved in. The apartment came furnished, which should have been my first red flag. Who leaves a perfectly good laptop behind? The previous tenant moved out suddenly, according to the landlord. Family emergency, he said, eyes avoiding mine when I signed the lease. The smell of bleach still lingered in the bathroom tiles, too strong for routine cleaning. I started going through the video files systematically, hundreds of hours of footage dating back months before my arrival. The camera had motion detection, so it mostly captured movement. The previous tenant was a woman with dark hair who seemed nervous, always checking over her shoulder. She talked to herself too, but her words were different. Urgent whispers I couldn't make out, hands gesturing at empty spaces. The standing figure appeared in her footage as well, always in the same corner, behind the dresser where shadows naturally pooled. At first I thought it was a trick of light, maybe clothes hung on a hook. But the shape was too deliberate, too human, and it moved just barely. A slight shift in posture, a turn of what might have been a head. I watched myself sleep for several nights, fast-forwarding through the mundane hours. The figure appeared around the same period each time, materializing when the room grew darkest. It never approached the bed, never made any threatening gestures, just stood there, patient as a statue, waiting for something I couldn't understand. The laptop had other files too, documents with names I didn't recognize, photos of the building from outside, screenshots of social media profiles. Someone had been researching the tenants, collecting information. My own Facebook page was bookmarked, along with my work schedule and daily routines. They knew when I left, when I returned, when I was most vulnerable. I found a hidden folder labeled with a date from 2 years ago. Inside were videos from other apartments in the building, other bedrooms, other unsuspecting residents. The same figure appeared in several locations, always in corners, always watching. This wasn't random. This was systematic. The building manager claimed he'd never heard of any security issues, no complaints about break-ins or stalking, but his hands shook when I showed him a screenshot of the figure, and he kept glancing toward the stairwell like he expected someone to appear. He promised to check the building's master keys, to review who had access to apartments during turnovers. I started staying awake, watching the corner where the figure usually appeared. The first few nights nothing happened. Maybe my presence, my awareness had scared them away. But on the fourth night I felt eyes on me, not from the corner this time, from somewhere else in the room. The sensation crawled up my spine like cold fingers, raising every hair on my arms. The camera stopped recording that night. When I checked the files the next morning, the feed had been deliberately cut. Someone had been in my room while I slept, close enough to reach the laptop, close enough to delete evidence. The smell that greeted me wasn't bleach this time. It was cologne, familiar but wrong, like someone I'd met but couldn't place. I went through my building's rental history at the local housing office. The previous tenant hadn't left for a family emergency. She'd filed a police report about stalking and harassment, then disappeared without giving a forwarding address. The tenant before her had done the same thing, and the one before that. The pattern stretched back years. Always the same apartment, always young women living alone, always sudden departures with vague explanations from the landlord. I pulled the police reports, but they were frustratingly thin. Complaints about feeling watched, strange sounds, items moved in their absence. Nothing concrete enough for law enforcement to pursue. But there was one name that appeared in every report as a witness or person of interest. The building maintenance worker, someone with access to every unit, someone who could install cameras and retrieve them before investigations began. Someone who knew exactly when apartments would be vacant and when new tenants would arrive. I confronted the landlord with the pattern, the reports, the evidence. His face went pale, then hard. He claimed he'd fired that maintenance worker months ago after suspicions arose. But he couldn't provide termination paperwork, couldn't remember the exact date, couldn't explain who had been handling repairs since then. The camera in my ceiling fan was gone when I returned home. The laptop had vanished too, along with all the evidence I'd collected, but the feeling of being watched remained, stronger than ever. I started sleeping with lights on, curtains drawn, checking corners obsessively. The building manager avoided my calls. The police treated my complaints like paranoid delusions from someone who'd watched too many movies. Without physical evidence, without concrete proof of wrongdoing, there was nothing they could do. The pattern would continue, they suggested, only if I let it. But some patterns can't be broken by simply knowing they exist. Some watchers don't disappear when you shine light in their corners. Some secrets burrow so deep into the foundation of a place that removing them would bring the whole structure down. I still live in that apartment. The rent is too cheap to leave, and finding a new place takes time I don't have. The fan still clicks when it runs, but now I know why. There's something loose in the mechanism, something that wasn't there when I moved in. Something small and black and patient, waiting for me to stop checking, to stop caring, to accept that being watched is just another cost of living. Sometimes I catch myself talking to the corners the way the previous tenant did. Urgent whispers to shadows that might be listening, promises that I'll figure it out, threats that ring hollow in the empty room. But the figure never responds, never moves, never gives me the confrontation I'm secretly hoping for. Because the truth I can't admit, even to myself, is that I'm not sure I want it to stop. The attention, the mystery, the sense that my life matters enough for someone to document every moment. Maybe that's what happened to all the others. Maybe they didn't leave because they were scared. Maybe they left because they finally understood who was really watching, and why, and what it meant about the kind of person willing to stay. Crime I live across from someone whose door I've never seen open. No lights, no footsteps, but every few days packages arrive, always small boxes. I knocked once and the package vanished within an hour, no sound, just gone. I installed a motion sensor outside. It never triggered, but the deliveries kept disappearing. One day I waited in the hall with my phone ready. The box vanished, but not by human hand. It slid inward like the door had melted. I reported it. A week later, my own deliveries started arriving opened. Nothing missing, but something added. A note written in handwriting that looked exactly like mine. The handwriting was unsettling in its precision. Each letter curved exactly as mine did when I wrote shopping lists or signed documents. The paper felt familiar too, the same texture as the notepad I kept by my phone. But I had never written those words, "Stop watching, you won't like what you find." I compared it to my own writing samples. The slant matched, the pressure points were identical. Even the way I formed my lowercase g with that peculiar loop was there. My hands shook as I held the note up to the light, searching for some explanation that would make sense. The apartment management office had no record of anyone living across from me. The lease showed the unit as vacant, had been for months. When I pressed them about the packages, the woman behind the desk looked at me with that particular expression reserved for troublesome tenants. She pulled up delivery logs on her computer. According to their system, no packages had ever been delivered to that address. But I had photographs, video clips on my phone showing the brown cardboard boxes sitting there, waiting. When I showed them to her, she leaned forward, squinting at the screen. The hallway was there. My door was visible, but where the packages should have been, there was only empty carpet. That evening I sat in my living room with the lights off, watching through my peephole. The hallway remained still, but around what felt like the middle of the night I heard it. A soft scraping sound, like cardboard being dragged across carpet. I pressed my eye to the peephole and saw nothing. The sound stopped. I opened my door. The hallway was empty, but there was something different about the air. It felt thicker somehow, carrying a scent I couldn't place. Sweet but wrong, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The carpet showed indentations where something heavy had been dragged. Following the marks, I found myself at the elevator. The indentations continued inside, leading to the button panel. Someone had pressed the basement level. I had never known the building had a basement. The elevator descended with a mechanical groan I had never heard before. When the doors opened, I faced a long corridor lined with storage units. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting moving shadows that made the walls seem to breathe. The sweet, wrong smell was stronger here. Unit 23B had my apartment number written on the door in that same handwriting. My hands fumbled with the simple latch. Inside, boxes were stacked floor to ceiling, dozens of them. all addressed to the vacant apartment across from mine, all in various stages of being opened. The contents made no immediate sense. Medical supplies, prescription bottles with labels that had been scratched off, photography equipment, rolls of film, developing chemicals, and photographs, so many photographs. They were pictures of my apartment building, the hallway, my door, me, taken through windows I thought were private, me sleeping, me cooking, me reading on my couch. The angles suggested they had been taken from across the hall, from the apartment that was supposed to be empty. But the photographs showed details that weren't right. In some, my furniture was arranged differently. In others, I was wearing clothes I didn't recognize. There were pictures of me having conversations with people I had never met, in rooms that looked like mine but weren't quite correct. At the bottom of one box, I found a journal. The handwriting was mine, but the words were not. Page after page of observations about someone who lived across the hall, someone who kept odd schedules, someone who seemed to be watching, someone who had installed motion sensors and was asking too many questions. The journal entries described a growing paranoia, how this person across the hall had started leaving notes, how they had been following and photographing, how they needed to be stopped before they discovered the truth about what was happening in the basement. The final entry was dated yesterday. It described finding the storage unit. It described reading through boxes of evidence. It described the dawning realization that the person being watched was also the person doing the watching. My phone buzzed, a text message from my own number. Found it yet. I turned around slowly. The storage unit door had closed. The latch was on the outside. In the dim light filtering under the door, I could see more photographs scattered on the floor. All of them showed me standing exactly where I was now, holding the same journal, reading the same final entry. There was a soft scraping sound from the corridor, like cardboard being dragged across concrete, getting closer. I tried the door, it wouldn't budge. My phone showed no signal. The fluorescent light above flickered once more and went out. In the darkness, I could hear my own voice, muffled through the walls, talking to someone I couldn't see, planning, calculating, discussing what to do about the person who had gotten too close to the truth. The conversation sounded exactly like the ones I had been having with myself for weeks, trying to figure out what was happening across the hall. Except now I was listening from the other side. Crime 9, I found the spare key under the flower pot, the one I never placed there. I live alone, I never gave out extras. But there it was, same type, same wear. I changed the locks. Then it happened again, another key, hidden in a different spot. I checked the door frame, fresh scratches. Someone had tested the lock. I left a trap inside, a strip of paper on the door jamb. The next day it was torn. Someone had entered. I never heard them, never saw them, but they know my hiding places. My patterns, they have a key to everything now. The first thing I did was check every surface in my apartment. Fingerprints on the bathroom mirror, not mine. They were smaller, more delicate, the kind that belong to someone who presses their palm flat against glass when they lean in clothes. I've always wiped my mirrors clean with newspaper. These prints had been there for days, maybe weeks. Someone had been studying their reflection in my space while I was away. My coffee mug sat in the sink, still warm. I hadn't made coffee that morning. The handle was positioned differently than I leave it. Always, I'm particular about these things. The person who used it knew exactly where I keep my coffee, how I like it prepared. They'd even washed it afterward, but not quite clean enough. A faint lipstick stain remained on the rim, a shade I don't own. I started documenting everything, every item that seemed displaced, every scent that didn't belong. The apartment smelled different in the bedroom. Sweet, floral, like someone had been lying on my pillow for hours. The sheets were pulled tight, hospital corners perfect. I don't make my bed that way. Never have, but someone thought they knew how I should live. The building manager handed me a stack of papers when I asked about key duplicates. Maintenance requests, contractor lists, previous tenant information. My eyes caught on one name, repeated across multiple documents. The signature was elegant, feminine. Someone who'd had access to my unit before I moved in. Someone who might have kept copies. I called the number listed in the files. A woman answered, her voice soft but guarded. When I mentioned the apartment, she went quiet. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. She knew about the flower pot. She knew about the scratches on the door frame. She'd been watching. We agreed to meet at a coffee shop downtown. She looked exactly like I'd imagined from the fingerprints on my mirror. Small hands, delicate features, but her eyes held something darker. She ordered the same coffee I drink every morning. She knew my order before I spoke. She told me about the previous tenant, how he'd given her a key, how she'd never returned it when he moved out, how she'd been coming by occasionally just to remember. But then she mentioned something that didn't fit. She'd been inside recently, she said, much more recently than the previous tenant had moved out. I pressed her for details. When exactly had she been there? What did she do inside? Why my coffee mug? Why my bed? Her answers became vague, contradictory. She claimed she'd only been there once, but she knew too much about my daily routine, where I keep my spare change, which drawer holds my bills, the way I arrange my books. She excused herself to use the restroom. I watched her walk away, then checked my phone. 3 missed calls from an unknown number. The calls had come from inside my apartment while I was sitting across from her. Someone else had been there using my landline. Someone who knew I was away, distracted, meeting with her. When she returned, I confronted her about the calls. She looked genuinely confused, almost frightened. That's when I realized she might not be the only one with access. The key situation was more complicated than a simple case of unreturned property. I drove back to my apartment complex, my mind racing. In the parking lot, I noticed a car I'd seen before. Same make, same color as one that had been parked in different spots over the past weeks. Always close enough to see my unit, but never in the same space twice. The windows were tinted, but I could make out a silhouette in the driver's seat. I sat in my car waiting. The other driver didn't move. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, watching each other through dark glass. Finally, they started their engine and pulled away. I followed at a distance, my heart pounding. They led me to a residential street I didn't recognize. The car pulled into a driveway. I parked across the street and waited. A man emerged from the house, tall, wearing a maintenance uniform. He looked familiar, but I couldn't place him. Then I remembered the contractor lists from the building manager. His name had been on several work orders for my unit. I drove home, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Inside my apartment, I found new evidence of intrusion. My laptop had been moved. The browser history showed searches I hadn't made. Someone had been researching me, my work, my personal life. They'd accessed my email, my social media accounts. They knew everything about me. But the most disturbing discovery was in my bedroom closet. Hidden behind my winter coats, I found a notebook, page after page of handwritten observations about my daily routine. What time I leave for work, which route I take, how long I'm usually gone. The handwriting was different from the woman's signature I'd seen in the building files. This belonged to someone else entirely. The notebook contained photos, pictures of me taken from a distance, at work, at the grocery store, walking to my car. Some were taken from inside my apartment while I was sleeping. The angle suggested they'd been standing at the foot of my bed, watching me breathe in the darkness. I called the police, but the evidence was circumstantial. Keys could be explained. The notebook could belong to anyone. The photos were taken in public spaces, technically legal. The officer who took my statement suggested I install security cameras, change my locks again, maybe consider moving. But moving wouldn't solve this. These people, whoever they are, know too much about me now. They've studied my patterns, my preferences, my vulnerabilities. They've been inside my most private spaces, touching my belongings, breathing my air. They've made themselves part of my life without permission. The woman from the coffee shop called me again. She sounded different this time, urgent. She wanted to meet again, said she had something important to tell me. Something about the maintenance man, something about how long this had been going on. But when I arrived at the designated meeting place, she wasn't there. I waited for over an hour before giving up. On my way back to the car, I noticed fresh scratches on my door handle. Someone had been there while I was away, waiting for her. They'd used another key, entered my space again. This time they'd left something behind. On my kitchen table sat a single photograph. It showed me sitting in the coffee shop with her, taken from outside through the window, but the angle was wrong. The person who took this photo had been inside the coffee shop with us, close enough to capture our conversation, our expressions, our body language. I'm writing this now because I don't know who to trust anymore. The woman might be innocent, a victim like me, or she might be part of something larger, more organized. The maintenance man has legitimate access to my building, but that doesn't explain the notebook, the photos, the obsessive documentation of my life. Someone is always watching, someone always has a key, and I'm beginning to suspect that the truth is worse than I imagined, that this isn't random harassment or simple stalking, that I've been chosen for something specific, studied for a purpose I don't yet understand. The keys keep appearing, new hiding spots, new duplicates. No matter how many times I change the locks, they adapt. They're always one step ahead, always prepared. They know my apartment better than I do now. They know me better than I know myself. Tonight I'm staying somewhere else, but I know they'll find me. They always do. They have a key to everything now. Story 10. The new homeowners believed it was a mere quirk, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night, a relic from another era, rewired but forgotten. Then one evening the husband, driven by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" His hands trembled as he recoiled. His wife, standing behind him, softly uttered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior concealing a modern interior renovated by Daniel and Meredith Parker, who had acquired the property at an unexpectedly fair price. The real estate agent had seemed uneasy during the walkthrough, hinting at more than met the eye. The vintage intercom system connecting all rooms had charmed the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, the gravel crunching beneath her unmarked vehicle's tires. The call had mentioned a possible break-in, but the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper mystery. Daniel Parker, his pallor stark in the porch light, welcomed her. It all began with the intercom, he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. Static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, holding a steaming mug she didn't touch. "We found something behind the wall," she stated abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they found a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, wearing gloves, delicately turned its brittle pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the apparent previous owner, who suspected her husband Vincent of planning harm. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel revealed. After that, silence. The previous owners said they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation unveiled that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed lived in the house. Records indicated Vincent sold the house soon after Alina allegedly left him, with no divorce, change of address, or financial activity in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to thoroughly search the property. Beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed, anomalies appeared on the ground-penetrating radar. As investigators broke through the aged concrete, the truth emerged: a woman's skeletal remains with signs of skull trauma. A gold wedding band with the inscription "To Alina, my eternal love" was found. The evidence mounted against Vincent Blackwood. Elderly and in a care facility, he comprehended the charges. His chilling response to the evidence unnerved even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said calmly. "Always through that cursed intercom, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself, wanting to reach me from anywhere in the house." His vacant eyes met theirs. "I craved silence." Vincent confessed to fabricating Alina's departure story, sending forged postcards and living in the house for years, unaware he walked over his wife's resting place daily. The trial swiftly ended with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The judge noted the premeditated nature of the crime and years of deceit. Daniel and Meredith sold the house, unable to stay after learning its dark past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The intercom was removed by the new owners during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and whispers, attributing it to their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before archiving it. As she closed the folder, she pondered how the house had unveiled its secret across time. Justice caught up with Vincent Blackwood due to Alina's determination to be heard. Local law enforcement dubbed it the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would pass by the property, slowing down, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 11. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the dusty attic, a relic lost to time from the former inhabitants of the house. Among the forgotten contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, birthdays, family gatherings, simple snapshots of life, harmless, normal, until she stumbled upon the final photograph. In that eerie image, the familiar living room unfolded before her eyes, the couch, the curtains, all unchanged. Yet the family captured in the frame was not hers, and lurking in the shadows behind them, barely discernible in the dim light, stood a figure, a man, watching. Rebecca shivered as she scrutinized the photo, a sense of unease settling in her bones. Her fingertips quivered slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde locks, a man sporting thick glasses, and two children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the looming presence behind them. Their smiles frozen in time, unaware of the danger looming so close. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her. The vast emptiness seemed suffocating, amplifying the unsettling chill that now lingered in the air. Placing the photograph on her kitchen counter, she bathed it in the harsh glow of fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and the unfamiliar family in the picture was undeniable. The archway, the crown molding, the bay window, all identical. This was her sanctuary, but these faces were strangers. Enter Detective Morgan, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered of past investigations. His eyes, deep and sharp, scanned the photograph with a practiced gaze. Running a gloved finger along the edge, he turned it over, revealing a blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" he inquired, his voice a low, steady rumble. Rebecca confessed, next to nothing. The sale was through a realtor, and they had already relocated. Nodding knowingly, Morgan requested, "May I borrow this? Our team might identify the family." Thus began the quiet unraveling of a mystery. Rebecca delved into the history of the house, tracing its past occupants. The Nelsons had acquired it from the Crawfords, who, in turn, had succeeded the Mornos. Detective Morgan meticulously combed through records, interviewed old neighbors, and pieced together a timeline of transient residents. A breakthrough emerged unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family in the photo as the Sutherlands. They vanished without a trace, he disclosed. One day they were simply gone, leaving behind unopened mail and unanswered questions. Forensic analysis dated the photograph back 15 years, revealing peculiarities that hinted at a staged composition. The subjects posed unnaturally, suggesting a rushed setup by an unseen hand. But who was the enigmatic figure in the hallway, observing with intent? Enhanced imaging exposed more details of the shadowy presence, tall, male, cloaked in darkness, his features obscured. Yet his posture exuded a sense of belonging, as if he held a rightful place within those walls. A pattern emerged: families disappearing after precisely 1 year of residence, leaving no trace. Rebecca, 4 months into her stay, found herself entangled in a web of vanishing families. Delving further, the investigation unearthed historical records, unveiling a dark past. The house's architect vanished during construction, succeeded by Samuel Whitfield, a man who completed the project before meeting a mysterious demise at another site. Focused on the basement, investigators detected anomalies beneath the concrete floor, leading to a grim discovery. Beneath layers of soil and concrete lay the perfectly preserved remains of all the missing families, including the Sutherlands. Among their belongings lay a camera, the same one that captured the haunted Polaroid, and a trove of similar photographs, each depicting a different family, unaware of the looming presence in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene, sealing Rebecca's fate far from those walls. As evidence piled up, a hidden crawlspace in the attic unveiled a chilling setup: a cot, photography equipment, and a journal chronicling the lives of the house's former residents. The last entry, dated just days prior, hinted at a sinister intent. The new arrival is perceptive. I must expedite my plans. Under police protection, Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel, only to be roused from uneasy slumber by a mysterious call in the dead of night. Breathing on the other end, followed by the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera, echoed through the receiver, sending chills down her spine. The investigation lingers, the house now a silent sentinel of secrets, its windows dark, its corridors hauntingly empty. Samuel Whitfield remains elusive, his true fate a mystery. Some believe he met his end long ago, while others speculate he roams under a new guise in a new abode, perpetuating his dark legacy. And somewhere shadows deepen in a hidden room, where new photographs develop, capturing fresh families, new homes, and unseen figures watching from the periphery. The only certainty amidst the enigma is that those who seek the truth are now themselves under scrutiny, their every move observed by unseen eyes in the darkness. Story 12. The dwelling had sat in silence for countless seasons, untouched by human presence. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished, her absence casting a shadow over the house. When new inhabitants crossed the threshold, they encountered a peculiar sight: a bedroom sealed shut, concealing its mysteries. With effort, the door yielded, revealing a realm frozen in time. The air within hung heavy with neglect, carrying whispers of bygone days. The room appeared unblemished, a facade of normalcy masking the truth that lay beneath. The bed neatly made, the mirror devoid of smudges. Upon the desk, a solitary candle had surrendered to time, its essence pooled in quiet resignation. And there, amidst the stillness, lay a notebook beckoning to be unraveled. Detective Morgan delved into the chronicles of the notebook, each page a thread weaving a tale of Elise Winters, a phantom of 26 years. Her script danced across the paper, a testament to her meticulous nature, until it faltered in the final entry. The ink bore witness to her mounting distress, etching words of a looming presence that stalked her in the shadows of the night. As the room was scrutinized for traces of the past, a faint scent lingered, a blend of dust and a subtle chemical essence. The landlord stood sentinel in the doorway, his facade of composure betraying a hidden unease. We combed through every crevice before offering it for habitation. His voice trembled, a testament to his disquiet. That door was never meant to be sealed. Elise, a paralegal entwined in the affairs of a prestigious law firm, had unearthed a labyrinth of deceit within the corridors of power. Her pursuit of truth led her down a perilous path, one that culminated in her enigmatic disappearance. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman consumed by her quest, her once steady demeanor giving way to shadows of suspicion. Amidst the enigma of the bedroom, scant clues surfaced. No traces of conflict marred the sanctum. No crimson stains bore witness to violence. Instead, a tableau frozen in time whispered of a departure never intended to be permanent. The candle, now but a remnant of its former glory, held secrets untold. Beneath its molten remnants, the desk bore scars of heat, a silent testimony to unseen turmoil. The forensic team unearthed remnants of a past erased, fingerprints vanished, surfaces scrubbed clean of incriminating evidence. In a hidden alcove beneath the floorboards, a cryptic treasure awaited discovery, a key to a vault concealed within the bowels of a distant bank. Locked within its confines lay revelations that would shatter the facade of innocence meticulously upheld by the perpetrators. Documents unveiled a web of deceit, woven by the hands of those entrusted with justice. Audio recordings echoed with the voices of conspirators, their words a damning testament to their sins. The truth, long buried beneath layers of deception, clawed its way to the surface, demanding retribution. Detective Morgan's pursuit led to the unmasking of a malevolent force cloaked in respectability. Vincent Harriman, a figure of influence, stood accused of crimes beyond redemption. His attempts to evade justice crumbled beneath the weight of irrefutable evidence, each piece a shard of Elise's legacy. The enigma of the locked room unfurled, revealing hidden passageways and clandestine truths. Harriman's reign of terror met its reckoning, his fortress of lies crumbling as the light of truth pierced its darkest recesses. In the courtroom, the echoes of Elise's voice reverberated, her mother's grief a poignant backdrop to the unveiling of a saga long veiled in shadows. The house, a silent witness to unspeakable acts, stood as a monument to the courage of one woman's quest for justice. The new tenants shunned the dwelling, sensing the lingering specter of the past. Whispers of a light flickering in the upper chamber echoed through the streets, a testament to the enduring legacy of Elise Winters. In the heart of the empty house, justice found its voice, a whisper carried on the wind, a promise kept in the silence of the night. Story 13. She dreaded the climb to the attic, but when the storm unleashed its fury, forcing rainwater through the roof, she had no choice but to face the forgotten realm above. The attic greeted her with a shroud of dust and cobwebs, concealing relics of a bygone era. Amidst the shadows, nestled in the farthest corner, stood an ancient dollhouse, a miniature replica of a home long past. Its intricate details were hauntingly precise, every piece of furniture meticulously arranged. Yet as she peered closer, a wave of unease washed over her. The tiny figures within were not mere dolls, but delicate, hand-carved likenesses of her own family, frozen in time. Each figure mirrored her family members with eerie accuracy, each one positioned exactly as they sat downstairs, except for one stark deviation. The figure meant to represent her was not seated, but standing by the attic door, as if waiting for her arrival. Rebecca Morgan tentatively traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the indentation where the miniature version of herself stood. A chill crept through her, distinct from the cold draft whispering through the attic's rafters. This dollhouse should not have existed in this place. This was not her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling her family had recently occupied. Shocked and bewildered, Rebecca wasted no time in alerting the authorities to the bizarre discovery. Law enforcement swiftly responded to the suburban residence, only to find a family in distress, huddled together in the safety of their living room, refusing to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a mere prank or the product of an overactive imagination seeking familiarity in a new environment. It was the meticulous craftsmanship of the dollhouse that gave her pause, each intricately carved figure capturing a unique trait of the family members: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The investigation took a chilling turn when forensic experts uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. More unsettling were the microscopic cameras hidden within the figure's eyes, all wired to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the miniature figures mirrored not just that evening but various days, indicating a meticulous observer had studied their every move. We soon realized this was no ordinary case of voyeurism, Detective Harmon would later recount. The level of obsession displayed here was beyond anything we had encountered before. The discovery of a concealed basement entrance behind a false pantry wall unveiled a makeshift living space where evidence suggested an intruder had lurked beneath the family's feet for weeks. Strangely, there were no signs of forced entry, and property records revealed the house had stood vacant for a year before the Morgans' arrival. Neighborhood inquiries yielded sparse information, save for a few glimpses of light observed by a neighbor during the vacant period. Digital forensics provided a breakthrough, tracing the surveillance data to an apartment across town. Inside, a chilling tableau unfolded walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants, alongside detailed journals chronicling their daily routines with unsettling accuracy. A workshop revealed numerous half-finished dollhouses, each representing a different household in the vicinity. The apartment's occupant, Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners, confessed to his elaborate scheme during interrogation. Driven by a possessive delusion, he sought to maintain control over his childhood home and its inhabitants. The dollhouse served as his command center, a means to watch and manipulate those within. His calm demeanor belied a deep-seated need to assert dominance over the property he could not bear to relinquish. As the psychological evaluation unfolded, Wells's motives became clear: a twisted desire to exert power over those dwelling within the house he once called home. The Morgans, shaken to their core, never returned to the property, haunted by the realization that they had been unwitting pawns in a sinister game of surveillance and control. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, and illegal surveillance. The judge presiding over the case underscored the violation the family had endured, condemning Wells for his egregious breach of their security and autonomy. The revelation of his extensive history of covert residence within multiple homes sent shockwaves through law enforcement and real estate practices, prompting a reevaluation of disclosure laws and tenant safeguards. The eerie saga of Martin Wells and his miniature empire underscored a harrowing truth sometimes. The shadows hold secrets too chilling to fathom, and the line between observer and puppeteer blurs in the darkness. As the Morgans sought solace in a new abode far from the haunting memories of the dollhouse, Rebecca confessed to lingering fears of unseen eyes and unseen hands, forever wary of the specter of a miniature world where she was but a pawn in someone else's twisted game. Story 14. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that whispered, floorboards that murmured. Yet the new resident sensed a different presence, a rhythm too precise, too deliberate. Footsteps echoed from above, slow and steady, despite her dwelling on the top floor. One evening she dared to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock replied from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the mysterious knocking to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building or perhaps a small creature roaming the attic. Despite the persistent footsteps that traversed her ceiling each night, she adjusted by raising the volume of her television, donning headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls echoing in the darkness above. Detective Morris stumbled upon the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker uncovered a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall near Sarah's unit to fix a leak, the worker unearthed a narrow passage that defied the building's plans. Illuminated by his flashlight, the passage revealed a hidden living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a worn notebook. The building superintendent promptly alerted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, found the maintenance worker visibly shaken. "Someone dwelt within the walls," he repeated frantically. "Someone was watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her entertainment choices, her bathing schedule, her sleep patterns. The writing, once orderly, spiraled into chaos towards the end, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams combed the crawlspace, uncovering fingerprints that evaded identification in any database. They unveiled a complex network of passages woven into the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades. These passages linked to 5 different apartments, terminating in hidden observation points disguised as fixtures or minor defects, yet converging in one sole location, Sarah Coleman's abode. Current residents claimed ignorance of anything unusual, attributing any odd noises to typical apartment living. Former tenants, however, painted a different picture. 3 previous inhabitants of Sarah's unit described feeling a constant gaze upon them or hearing unexplained movements. One had swiftly departed after a mere fortnight, yet none had dared to voice their experiences, fearing ridicule. A breakthrough arose when forensics uncovered minuscule blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing identified the blood as belonging to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. His disappearance had gone cold, his family's missing persons report yielding no leads. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's case. Neighbors recalled Martin's grievances about noises from the unit above, leading to a confrontation with the tenant Edward, a reclusive individual. Shortly thereafter, Martin vanished, and Edward vacated his unit without a forwarding address. Investigative efforts unveiled Edward's transient past, marked by a pattern of residing in top-floor apartments, maintaining minimal social interactions, and vanishing without warning. A neighbor from Edward's 3rd residence remembered him as intense, plagued by a relentless need for silence. Property records disclosed Edward's ownership of remote rural land. Upon reaching the secluded cabin on the property, investigators unearthed a chilling array of photos, notes, and journals. The images depicted residents from various buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Detailed schematics of ventilation systems and structural weaknesses littered the walls, alongside journals chronicling Edward's observations of the specimens and maintenance of the habitat. At the cabin's epicenter stood a corkboard adorned with missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former residents of buildings Edward had inhabited. Beneath the board, gouges scarred the floor, hinting at a heavy object dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth, unearthing human remains one grave after another. As forensic anthropologists toiled to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents sporadically reported eerie sounds. During the installation of new security systems, maintenance workers unearthed a notebook concealed at the intersection of ceiling and wall in the hallway. The initial page bore a single chilling sentence: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored the first notebook. The final page depicted a crude layout of Sarah's apartment, highlighting a new passage in red, slated for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her dwelling deserted. Her phone lay idle on the kitchen counter, the television murmuring softly. Steam wafted from the bathroom, revealing a message etched upon the mirror: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The pursuit of Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker with a knack for renovations, continues. Thermal scans of Sarah's building unveiled no signs of present occupancy within its walls. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remain a mystery, her case entwined with similar disappearances spanning multiple states. Authorities have issued alerts to apartment managers regarding unauthorized alterations in concealed spaces. Yet what haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals, but the image of Sarah, enveloped by those nocturnal footsteps in an apartment devoid of an upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that ceased upon her knock and then echoed back. Sometimes in the stillness of his own home, Detective Morris gazes upward, listening intently, waiting, and pondering who else may be listening too. Story 15, the apartment lay silent, untouched for months on end, its emptiness a shroud of mystery that draped over the new tenants as they crossed the threshold. Expectations were low, a layer of dust, perhaps a few forgotten relics left behind. But one door, stubbornly closed, refused to reveal its secrets. A closet, locked tight from within, beckoned with a silent plea to be opened. And when the landlord finally coerced the door ajar, what awaited inside was not the expected clutter of old coats and discarded items. Instead, a chilling sight greeted them. The walls bore witness to a harrowing tale, etched with deep, ragged scratches that spoke of desperation and confinement. And in the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling dark mysteries, felt a shiver crawl up her spine at the sight before her. It wasn't the presence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implication of those savage marks, the silent cries of someone trapped, fighting against the confines of that small, suffocating space. "We need forensics here immediately," she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured the evidence through his lens. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone, stark in its simplicity, whispered a sinister truth. "I know what you did. The landlord, a man perpetually on edge with clammy palms, recounted how the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving unpaid rent in their wake. A quiet young woman kept to herself. Left about 6 months ago, he muttered, eyes darting everywhere but towards the closet. Never caused any trouble. Forensic analysis uncovered a haunting revelation within the scratches on the wall's multiple blood samples, most aligning with a single individual, presumably the missing tenant. Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent when she ceased her routine at work. Yet among the DNA evidence, 2 samples stood out, one unidentifiable, the other belonging to a man officially declared deceased 2 years prior. "This can't be right," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a man presumed dead in a tragic accident, now left his mark on the closet walls, defying the certainty of his demise. Emma's abandoned sanctuary painted a poignant portrait of a life interrupted, a stack of unopened mail, a lone mug growing stale in the sink, a bed meticulously made but left untouched. Her phone records revealed a pattern of regular calls to her sister, abruptly severed, intertwined with a flurry of unanswered calls from an unknown number preceding her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage from a nearby store captured Emma's return home one fateful night, shadowed by a figure cloaked in anonymity, face shielded beneath a baseball cap. The puzzle pieces began to align when partial fingerprints, traced back to Derek Mercer, surfaced on the closet's interior doorknob. He staged his death, Shaw concluded with a steely gaze. But why and what link does he share with Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led them on a twisted path to another missing person, Lynette Porter, vanished 3 years earlier. Despite the cold trail, witnesses recalled a woman matching Lynette's description frequenting Emma's residence. Shaw's deductions deepened as she pored over traffic footage, tracing a vehicle linked to Derek Mercer's kin hovering near Emma's abode, its driver a match for Derek's stature and build. The trail of evidence wound its way to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family, where a grim discovery awaited behind fortified basement doors. Lynette Porter, frail and malnourished, confined in a space mirroring the horrors Emma had endured. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her gaze vacant and haunted. "Said I needed to learn the consequences of defiance." The pieces fell into place, journals chronicling Mercer's obsession with dominance, snapshots of women resembling Emma and Lynette, and damning footage capturing Mercer's cruel machinations as he herded Emma into the closet. "She thought she could expose me," his voice echoed on the recording, "but no one divulges my secrets." The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned jurisdictions as forensic profilers delved into the chilling depths of his psyche. Mercer was not merely a killer. He was a maestro of suffering, relishing the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. His capture at a bus terminal, clutching a new identity and a one-way ticket to an unknown shore, unveiled a cache of sinister tools in his possession, a roll of duct tape, a gleaming blade, and a newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a disconcerting calm, asserting she sent that message herself, disavowing accountability for the cryptic text. She craved discovery but not deliverance. The trial laid bare Mercer's elaborate ruse to feign death, utilizing a homeless man's dental records to obscure his tracks. For 2 years, he roamed incognito, preying on women who mirrored his initial victim. Emma's remains remained elusive, trapped within the confines of the closet, her futile scratches a silent testament to her desperate bid for survival. After a brief deliberation, the jury rendered a resounding guilty verdict on all charges. As the judge imposed a life sentence without the possibility of reprieve, Mercer's lips curved into a faint smile, a private satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter stood tall, her voice unwavering. He ensnared us in darkness because that's where his spirit languishes imprisoned in shadows. While he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light. The case reshaped investigative protocols for missing persons, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational dynamics and thorough property examinations. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode in her office, a poignant reminder that terror could manifest not in crimson splatters, but in the frenzied marks of a soul fighting for liberation. Story 16, The Enigmatic Victorian. She crossed the threshold into the abandoned Victorian, stirring up clouds of dust in the still, musty air. The house stood frozen in time, its decaying walls shedding paint, its furnishings shrouded in ghostly white sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey into a moment suspended in eternity, a moment untouched by the passage of years except for one peculiar detail that set her on edge. The doors. Every door she opened led her right back to the same room. No matter which direction she turned, no matter how many handles she twisted, she always found herself back in the parlor. The only escape seemed to be the way she had entered, but when she spun around to retreat, the front door had vanished into thin air, leaving her trapped in the eerie confines of the house. The grim discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless body transformed the once forgotten Victorian from a mere local oddity to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing the forensic experts drifting through the dim interior like specters. The house had gained a reputation among the townsfolk, a place where compasses spun aimlessly, where whispers of unseen watchers lingered. Now it held secrets far more sinister than mere urban legends. The preliminary examination indicates she passed roughly 3 days ago, murmured the medical examiner, his voice a mere whisper in the hushed room. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands folded neatly in her lap as if awaiting a guest. There were no signs of struggle, no marks of a fight. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who stumbled upon the body?" Lind inquired, scanning her notes. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They entered, spotted her sitting there, initially mistook her for a trespasser until they drew nearer. The Victorian had remained uninhabited since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly half a decade earlier. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of limbo, unwanted, unsold, fading into obscurity save for occasional visits from vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a keen interest in the inexplicable. Her friends depicted her as meticulous, driven, drawn to spaces that defied conventional norms. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, must have held an irresistible allure for her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan allegedly mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. As the investigation progressed, it came to light that Morgan had frequented the house in the weeks leading up to her demise. Her journal entries recounted peculiar acoustic phenomena, sudden pockets of icy chill, and doors that seemed to lead to different chambers each time they swung open. In her final entry, she mentioned bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet that equipment remained conspicuously absent. During the autopsy, an unexpected revelation emerged: a trace amount of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, sourced from a plant linked to certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid visions, the dosage found was insufficient to be lethal. She wasn't one to dabble in recreational substances, affirmed her boyfriend during interrogation. Morgan held her research to the highest standard. She wouldn't have jeopardized her perceptions knowingly. Further examination of Morgan's phone yielded fragments of erased messages, dialogues with an individual who shared her fascination with the enigmatic house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmas. The exchanges grew progressively intimate and cryptic. The house retains memories of its past, one message cryptically revealed. It seeks acknowledgement. The trail led the investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her attention, and their professional connection had blossomed into a more personal bond. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely shattered by her demise. "The house carries a legacy," he elucidated. The original architect wove in optical illusions and false perspectives to bewilder and perplex. Morgan sensed a deeper layer of truth beyond mere tricks of design. Nonetheless, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the estimated time of Morgan's passing. Surveillance footage depicted him delivering a lecture at a university symposium miles away. A breakthrough arose from an unexpected source: the grandson of Eleanor Blackwood, now residing abroad. Contacted by the authorities, he divulged a family secret veiled for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house," he divulged. "There were others, always discovered in the parlor, always at peace. The family termed it the claiming." Handing over decades-old journals, he chronicled deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. A recurring pattern emerged: individuals spending prolonged periods within the house inevitably succumbed to what the family euphemistically dubbed the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment concealed behind the parlor hearth. Within, the investigators unearthed Morgan's missing equipment and a profound revelation. A small alcove harbored relics from diverse indigenous cultures, meticulously arranged in a geometric configuration. At its heart rested a weathered figurine, its features worn smooth by the passage of hands across generations. Analysis pinpointed the carving as a representation of a deity linked to liminal realms, thresholds between worlds. Traces of the alkaloid in Morgan's system were detected on the artifacts. The case took a disquieting turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns within the house hinted at another presence during Morgan's final moments. Partial fingerprints, disparate from Morgan's or any known visitors, were lifted from doorknobs scattered throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was found seated facing the entrance, an expression of serenity gracing his features, the same alkaloid detected in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock within his flat, but slid effortlessly into the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In his parting email sent to himself as if to preserve a testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perceptions. Morgan was correct, the doors led where they always have, but something tricks you into believing you're retracing steps. Once you grasp the verity, you can depart at will, yet by then you may not wish to leave." The case remains officially unresolved, labeled as suspicious deaths under ongoing scrutiny. The Victorian has since been condemned, its access barred by the authorities. Yet whispers persist of flickering lights glimpsed within on certain nights, of guests who venture inside but never reappear. Some locals assert that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others maintain that Morgan and Reeves unearthed something ancient and potent, something existing within the interstices of traditional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 17. In the quiet of the morning, a mysterious package arrived at Sarah Miller's doorstep. There was no return label, no tracking number, just a simple cardboard box damp with dew. It wasn't meant for her, the name on it unfamiliar. She hesitated, knowing she should ignore it, leave it outside. But curiosity tugged at her, urging her to unravel the mystery within. With a sense of unease, she tore open the box, expecting mundane contents. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a single message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, feeling its weight press against her palms as if carrying a hidden burden. The worn edges told a story of its own, each imperfection a whisper of secrets waiting to be revealed. The note attached bore the urgency of its writer, the words etched with a sense of foreboding. Surrounded by the familiar sounds of her suburban neighborhood, Sarah found herself drawn to the tape's silent call. Against her instincts, she inserted it into her old VCR, the screen crackling with static before revealing a dimly lit room. A man sat in a chair, his face obscured by shadows at first. As the man, Daniel Whitaker, began to speak, Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. His voice carried a weight of truth, a plea for understanding. He professed his innocence in a crime he claimed he did not commit, a murder shrouded in deception and betrayal. Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit as she uncovered more tapes, each bearing Daniel's desperate message. The case of Catherine Walsh's murder took a sinister turn, leading Ramirez down a path of corporate corruption and calculated framing. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together as Sarah received a second package, filled with damning evidence against a powerful pharmaceutical company. The truth emerged from the shadows, exposing a conspiracy that had ensnared an innocent man. With determination and perseverance, Ramirez and Sarah followed the trail laid out by Daniel, uncovering the dark machinations of those in power. Justice was served not through swift action, but through the meticulous gathering of undeniable proof. As Daniel Whitaker emerged from his forced seclusion, the weight of his ordeal etched upon his weary face, Sarah stood by his side. In a moment of quiet reflection, they realized the significance of the unexpected connection that had brought them together. The VHS tapes, once mysterious symbols of a hidden truth, now stood as symbols of resilience and unwavering determination. They served as a reminder that sometimes the path to justice begins with a single act of curiosity, leading to revelations beyond imagination. Story 18. The village whispered of the house on the outskirts of the forest, a place shrouded in mystery and forgotten by time. It loomed solitary, its windows dark, the porch weighed down by the years it had seen. No one laid claim to it, no memory lingered of its builder. Yet when a band of wanderers strayed too close, they beheld a curious sight: names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ancient secrets. And at the very bottom, fresh and untouched, a name unknown to all but one. A hush fell as one of them murmured, voice quivering, "That name belongs to me." In the dead of night, a call pierced the silence. The authorities catalogued it as a routine trespassing incident. The caller, Mason Wright, the leader of the group who stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned dwelling. The responding officers expected mere mischief, a prank gone awry among young minds, but what awaited them surpassed all rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as dusk blanketed the woods. Her flashlight sliced through the darkness, revealing the weary facade of the house. The names 27 in total etched vertically on the eastern wall, some faded with age, nearly vanishing against the weathered wood, while others remained sharp as if freshly carved. And at the base, Mason Wright, the incision still tinged with the scent of fresh wood shavings. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his words materializing in the frosty air. "How could anyone know my name?" The inquiry commenced by delving into the backgrounds of each listed name. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the investigative team. Every name belonged to a soul reported missing over the past 40 years. Some cases had gone cold, others remained open. But all shared a chilling commonality: the individuals vanished while trekking alone. Forensic specialists meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and aging imprints. The oldest inscription, Rebecca Hansen, aligned with a disappearance from 37 years prior, a young woman who ventured into these very woods and was never seen again. Search efforts yielded naught but a lone hiking boot near a stream. Interrogations with Mason yielded a consistent narrative. He had no ties to the area beyond this fateful hiking expedition with his college companions. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. Nothing in his history linked him to the other names adorning the wall. Attention shifted to Mason's comrades. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots capturing their journey. Upon scrutiny, analysts discerned a disquieting detail: a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 separate images. A tall, slender silhouette, perpetually obscured by the trees. "We saw no one else on our path," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a search of the house's interior. Though abandoned, dust cloaked every surface, furniture in disarray. Yet in the basement, a macabre scene awaited. Belongings of the missing hikers meticulously arranged on shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. Bloodstains, cunningly concealed, emerged under ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, a testament to attempted erasure. The investigation escalated as Mason reported eerie phenomena: whispers in the night, footprints leading to his door but vanishing, shadowy figures observing from the streets. Surveillance was assigned, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. A breakthrough surfaced with buried land records unveiling the house's reclusive owner, Victor Blackwood, rarely seen by neighbors, described as a tall, gaunt recluse who shunned interaction. Blackwood vanished 15 years prior, his disappearance uninvestigated. A warrant granted access to delve deeper into the encompassing forest. Among the trees, a network of primitive hunting blinds was uncovered, strategically perched along frequented trails. Within one, a journal of meticulous observations hikers scrutinized, their paths, gear, and behaviors detailed. The script mirrored existing samples from Victor Blackwood. Entries morphed from animal hunting tactics to human prey, outlining their patterns and vulnerabilities, culminating in the chilling selection process of each victim. The pursuit for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters scanned the forest with thermal cameras, tactical units combed every crevice, yet the quarry remained elusive. Mason grew unresponsive, his apartment vacant upon inspection. On his wall, freshly carved, a haunting message lingered: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The hunt for Mason persisted fruitlessly. until in a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode, forensic examiners unearthed a grisly secret. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement, a workshop, woodworking tools, preservative jars, and a freshly carved wooden piece inscribed with a novel name waiting to join the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantaneously. It belonged to the principal forensic examiner who had surveyed the house. Absent from work that day, unreachable by phone. A surveillance cordon enveloped the house, capturing every approach, monitoring for intrusions. The stage was set, and on a fateful night, sensors blared a warning. Cameras caught sight of a figure emerging from the woods, towering, slender, moving with unnatural elegance. Tactical units closed in, only for the cameras to falter briefly. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished into the night. The house remains under watch to this day. Mason and the missing examiner remain unfound. The inquiry persists, resources reallocated as similar disappearances surface in other wooded domains. The names etched on the wall have become legend among law enforcers. Some dare not utter them, while others skirt the case entirely. Local hikers skirt the house, haunted by the fear that mere mention might inscribe their names on that dread list, the names unspoken. Story 19: The Whispering Phone. It began with a pocket dial, a mere accident in the digital realm, just static and muffled sounds drifting through the airwaves. The operator, on the brink of dismissing it as inconsequential noise, hesitated as a voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. A woman's voice, barely audible, whispered urgently, "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended, swallowing the words before they could fully form. The mysterious call originated from a number linked to an empty house, a dwelling long forsaken and left to the mercy of time, its walls echoing with the remnants of past lives. No signs of forced entry marred its stillness, no traces of disturbances disrupting the layers of dust that had settled like a shroud over the forgotten rooms. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, untouched by human hands for years, an anomaly awaited discovery. The phone, perched innocuously on the counter, its screen softly aglow with an otherworldly light. The call had materialized just moments ago, a spectral echo from the past. Detective Morgan Reed, consumed by curiosity and a gnawing sense of unease, found herself pressing the playback button repeatedly, each repetition only deepening the enigma that enveloped her. The whispered words lingered in the air, a haunting melody of desperation, fear, and a hint of the impossible. The abandoned property bore the mark of the Sullivan family, its former inhabitants who had fled in the wake of a devastating house fire that had ravaged the West Wing, leaving behind a legacy of ashes and sorrow. Since their departure, the house had stood silent and empty, its secrets buried beneath layers of neglect. The caretaker, a solitary figure tending to the memories of a bygone era, attested that no living soul had crossed the threshold in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired of her partner, Detective Walsh, as they delved deeper into the enigma that had seized their attention. The revelation that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former occupants, sent a chill down their spines. Catherine had perished in a tragic car accident 3 years prior, her voice now whispering from beyond the veil of the unknown. As the investigation unfolded, the inexplicable nature of the case became increasingly apparent. A phone, once owned by a woman long departed, now serving as a conduit for spectral communications from a realm beyond mortal comprehension. The forensic team's efforts yielded scant results, the evidence shrouded in enigma: no fingerprints, no footprints, no tangible clues to grasp in the darkness that enveloped them. The recording, a mere 11 seconds of static, breath, and whispered words, became the focal point of their inquiries, a spectral thread connecting the present to a past fraught with unanswered questions. Voice analysis confirmed the identity of the speaker as Catherine Sullivan, with a certainty that bordered on the inexplicable. The timestamp of the call aligned with the moment of Catherine's tragic demise, a convergence of time and space that defied rational explanation. Morgan and Walsh delved into the shadows of Catherine's past, seeking answers in the echoes of her life. Her family, her friends, her erstwhile lover each held a piece of the puzzle, each harbored secrets that threatened to unravel the fragile tapestry of reality. Yet, it was a discovery from the depths of memory that would shake the foundations of their beliefs. A call from Catherine's grieving mother, trembling with a revelation unearthed from the depths of her daughter's possessions, opened a door to a truth long concealed. A journal, a chronicle of a love turned to ashes, of a life consumed by fear and desperation, lay bare the inner turmoil of a soul on the brink of oblivion. The journal spoke of a relationship soured by jealousy and control, of a love twisted into a noose that tightened with each passing day. The final entry, a chilling prophecy of doom, bore witness to the terror that had gripped Catherine's heart in her final moments. He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident. Confronted with the damning evidence of Catherine's words, Mark Jennings, the specter of her past, found his facade of innocence crumbling under the weight of scrutiny. The veil of deception that he had woven around himself began to unravel, revealing the darkness that lurked within. The truth, unveiled in fragments of memory and buried secrets, painted a grim portrait of a man driven by obsession and malice, a man willing to silence the voice of his victim by any means necessary. The buried phone, unearthed from the depths of the earth, whispered of a betrayal that had transcended the boundaries of life and death. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling realization dawned on the investigators: the ghostly call, the spectral whispers, the echoes of a life cut short all bore the mark of a man consumed by his own twisted fantasies. Mark's elaborate ruse, his macabre game of deception, had ensnared them all in a web of deceit that only the truth could shatter. With each revelation, the shadows that had clouded Catherine's memory began to dissipate, unveiling a tale of tragedy and triumph, a story of a voice silenced but never forgotten. In the hush of the abandoned house, where echoes of the past mingled with the whispers of the present, justice found its voice. As Mark's trial drew to a close, the weight of his crimes bore down upon him, crushing the facade of indifference that he had maintained for so long. The jury's verdict, swift and unyielding, sealed his fate, a fate sealed not by the whispers of the dead, but by the truth that had risen from the ashes of silence. The phone, once a harbinger of spectral mysteries, now lay dormant in the evidence locker, a relic of a past that had been laid to rest. And yet, in the stillness of the night, some swore they heard it ring, a phantom echo of a voice that had defied the darkness and found its way back to the light. Catherine's story, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, lived on in the hearts of those who had sought justice in the face of overwhelming odds. Her voice, a whisper in the night, a beacon of hope in the darkness, reminded them that even in the silence of the grave, the echoes of truth would always find a way to be heard. Story 20. Once upon a time, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a subtle glitch in the otherwise steady feed. The mother, consumed by the daily chaos of motherhood, brushed it off as mere interference, nothing to be concerned about. But then a crackling of static filled the room, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered through the speakers, "SHHH, go back to sleep." In an instant, a chill crept down her spine, her heart quickening its pace. With a sense of unease settling in her chest, she hurried to her son's room, each step heavy with dread. As she flung open the door, her eyes widened in horror. The crib stood empty, a gaping void where her precious infant, Samuel, should have been nestled in slumber. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly in the room was a stuffed rabbit lying haphazardly on the floor, its obsidian eyes staring up at her, seemingly seeing into the depths of her soul. Rebecca's terror unleashed a primal scream that tore through the night, echoing into the darkness. The neighbors, stirred from their own slumber, alerted emergency services to the anguished cries that reverberated through the stillness. When the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit to her chest, her body rocking back and forth in a haunting rhythm. Samuel had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that swallowed her whole. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery, with scant leads to follow. No signs of forced entry marred the home, the security system standing as a stalwart guardian throughout the night. The baby monitor footage, upon review, revealed nothing out of the ordinary until that spectral voice pierced the silence. How could a stranger infiltrate a locked sanctuary, snatch a child, and vanish into the night without a trace, leaving only a toy in their wake? Suspicion cast its shadow upon Rebecca, her internal struggles with postpartum depression becoming a scrutinized narrative under the harsh glare of interrogation. Her calm facade during questioning sent ripples of unease through the investigators, a mother's composure in the face of unimaginable loss deemed unsettling. Just when the tendrils of despair threatened to overwhelm, a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness. A meticulous forensic examination unearthed microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill, foreign to the household tapestry. These fibers whispered of a clandestine intruder, a phantom scaling the walls under the cloak of night. Surveillance footage from vigilant neighbors unveiled a shadowy figure traversing the nocturnal landscape, a specter haunting the periphery of sight. A solitary footprint imprinted in the garden soil bore the mark of a seasoned climber, a ghostly echo of a trespasser's passage. As the focus shifted, Daniel, the absent husband, returned from his travels with a storm of confusion swirling in his wake. A puzzling revelation emerged during his interrogation, the telltale calluses on his hands, remnants of a newfound passion for rock climbing. Financial records unraveled a tale of deceit, a web of lies spun by a man harboring secrets darker than the night itself. A second family hidden in the shadows, a sinister plot woven with threads of betrayal and greed. The threads of fate intertwined as the digital realm unveiled its secrets, the baby monitor emerging as a silent witness to treachery. Hacked and manipulated, its innocent facade shattered to reveal a sinister truth. The voice that whispered through the night was not a phantom within the nursery walls, but a malevolent specter lurking in the digital ether. The tendrils of investigation led to a chilling discovery in a forgotten basement, a woman named Elaine, cradling Samuel in her arms, a twisted savior in the shadows. Elaine's vacant gaze betrayed a fractured psyche, a mind lost to grief and longing. The echoes of the past reverberated through the courtroom as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Daniel's hand in the orchestrated abduction, Elaine's descent into madness and obsession, all laid bare under the harsh light of justice. The baby monitor, once a harbinger of innocence, now a relic of betrayal, captured the truth in its unyielding gaze. In the hushed confines of the courtroom, the audio from that fateful night echoed, a symphony of deception and despair. Daniel's cough, a damning echo of guilt, sealed their fate. The jury's deliberation was swift, their judgment unyielding. Daniel and Elaine faced the consequences of their malevolent pact, a sentence befitting their crimes against innocence. Rebecca and Samuel embarked on a journey of healing, their past a shadow fading into the mists of memory. The stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to their shared trauma, remained tucked away in a box, a reminder of the night that shattered their peace. The baby monitor, its truth revealed, stood as a sentinel against the darkness, a guardian watching over the fragile innocence of a child lost and found. Story 21. The aged envelope whispered secrets of forgotten journeys, its corners tinged with the passage of time, yet the stamp gleamed with the freshness of recent travels. With deliberate care, the detective unfolded its contents, revealing a lone sheet of paper adorned with words typed in a frenzied script. "I am sorry for what I did." A damp chill clung to the paper, carrying with it a metallic scent that lingered ominously. A reddish smear stained the edge, a haunting echo of a past long buried. Detective Sarah Morgan, with a steady hand shrouded in gloves, secured the letter in an evidence bag, knowing instinctively that this message held the key to unraveling a mystery that had eluded them for years. The forensics team confirmed her suspicions the stain was human blood, a somber echo of a tragedy long past. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had met a brutal end in her own home, her investigative spirit snuffed out by a blade wielded in darkness. The letter, a ghostly messenger from the shadows, had found its way to the homicide division with a cryptic plea for forgiveness. Bare of fingerprints, save for ghostly smudges left by gloved hands, it bore a postmark that hinted at a long-awaited trail. As Detective Morgan gathered her team amidst a sea of stale leads and faded hopes, she knew that this missive held the promise of a new beginning in a case long deemed unsolvable. In the dimly lit confines of the briefing room, she unveiled the letter, a beacon of hope amidst a sea of despair. "This changes everything," she murmured to her assembled team. "Our perpetrator carries the weight of remorse upon their shoulders." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the pursuit of justice, offered a cautious counterpoint. "Or perhaps it is a mask, a charade to deceive us," he proposed, his eyes never straying from the haunting words on the page. As the investigation unfurled like a slumbering beast awakening from its lair, the tendrils of the past reached out to ensnare the present. Rebecca's life, a tapestry of courage and determination, revealed threads of darkness woven amidst the light. Her pursuit of truth had led her down a treacherous path, one that now beckoned to those who sought to unearth her secrets. Interviews with her loved ones unveiled cracks in the facade, subtle shifts in demeanor that spoke volumes in the silence of unspoken truths. Michael Barnes, her grieving lover turned reluctant suspect, bore the weight of guilt in his gaze, his words betraying a fear long kept at bay. She feared she was being followed, he confessed, a shard of truth piercing the veil of deception that surrounded them. A second letter arrived, mirroring its predecessor in eerie detail. The confession within spoke of shadows dancing in the periphery, of secrets too dark to be left buried. The trail led to a mansion shrouded in opulence, where the echoes of the past whispered of treachery and betrayal. Richard, the eldest son with a facade of innocence, stood at the center of the storm, his words a carefully crafted web of deceit. It was Alina, the youngest daughter with eyes that held the weight of the world, who unraveled the tapestry of lies. Her stationery, a silent witness to clandestine machinations, bore the mark of a truth long denied. A hidden room, a trove of damning evidence, and a vintage typewriter that whispered of sins long past all pointed to a truth too bitter to swallow. The nexus between Richard and Michael, a tangled web of greed and desperation, unfurled before the detective's eyes. A pact forged in shadows, sealed with blood and whispered promises, had led to a tragedy that echoed through the ages. Michael's confession laid bare the skeleton in their closet, a truth too harsh to be ignored. As the trial unfolded like a dark symphony, the pieces fell into place with a chilling precision. Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled beneath the weight of evidence, his facade of righteousness shattered by the truth that lay bare before the court. The jury's verdict echoed through the hallowed halls of justice, sealing his fate with the finality of a gavel's resounding blow. In the aftermath of the trial, Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's grieving parents, offering silent solace in the shadow of their loss. The blood-stained letters, haunting remnants of a tragedy long past, bore witness to the fragility of human nature, to the inexorable pull of guilt that binds even the most cunning of criminals. Rebecca's legacy, a beacon of light in a sea of darkness, became a cautionary tale for those who sought to tread the murky waters of deceit. The case of her untimely demise served as a reminder that even the most carefully laid plans can unravel in the face of remorse, a silent specter that lurks in the shadows, waiting to be unmasked. And so the old typewriter stood as a sentinel to the power of truth, its keys a testament to the unraveling of secrets long kept hidden in the depths of the night. Story 22. The tale begins in a quaint little costume shop that was on the brink of closure, its shelves stripped bare as old inventory found new owners. Among the remnants of forgotten disguises, a woman lingered, her eyes drawn to a mask perched on a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet disquietingly lifelike, seemed to beckon to her from behind a veil of time. Without hesitation, she reached out and lifted the mask, feeling a strange connection to its silent presence. Approaching the counter, she placed the mask down, only to be met with a hesitant cashier who whispered, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she checked for a tag, but none could be found. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take the mysterious mask home, unaware of the enigmatic journey it would soon set in motion. As night descended, a soft sound stirred her from slumber, a whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her eyes flickered open to find the mask no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it sat ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an unsettling intensity. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by a concerned neighbor. The morning light spilled through the slightly ajar front door, illuminating a chilling scene within the otherwise silent home. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask conspicuously absent from the eerie tableau. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, greeted by the solemn click of shutters and hushed voices that enveloped the room in an air of mystery. As the investigation unfolded, subtle details hinted at a puzzle yet to be solved. A single drawer left partially open, a lipstick-stained water glass perched on the nightstand. Everything appeared ordinary, except for the life extinguished in silence. The medical examiner, with a somber expression, could not discern the cause of Catherine's demise upon initial inspection. No visible wounds marred her skin, no signs of struggle etched upon her form. Pointing to her frozen expression of terror, he somberly noted the fear that seemed to linger beyond the veil of death. Catherine, a meticulous art appraiser known for her keen eye for authenticity, had lived a life shrouded in quiet precision. Colleagues reminisced about her ability to uncover forgeries with ease, a talent that now seemed to have led her down a path of darkness. A pivotal discovery emerged from security footage of the costume shop, revealing the cashier's perplexity at the mask's presence. The owner, upon being consulted, disavowed any knowledge of such an item, setting the stage for a revelation shrouded in mystery. The detective's pursuit of truth led her to the empty remnants of the shop, where the owner divulged unsettling secrets tied to an estate sale marked by peculiar deaths. Each victim, like Catherine, had acquired a mask that heralded their untimely demise, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Forensic analysis uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips, hinting at a desperate grasp for an unseen truth. These fibers, an enigmatic blend of human hair and unidentified organic material, pointed towards a realm beyond the tangible, a realm of ancient mysteries and malevolent forces at play. As the investigation delved deeper, a retired detective shed light on a chilling connection between the masks and a ritual of soul transference. Ancient symbols hidden within the masks hinted at a sinister purpose, a dark legacy that spanned centuries. A hidden journal discovered in Catherine's apartment unveiled a harrowing truth, detailing her descent into a world of fear and paranoia as the mask's insidious influence took hold. Her final words painted a portrait of terror, of a malevolent entity seeking new hosts to perpetuate its cycle of death. With mounting evidence and a growing sense of dread, the detective pieced together the fragments of a puzzle too macabre to comprehend. The cause of Catherine's demise, revealed as cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror, hinted at a force beyond mortal understanding. Surveillance footage from a vigilant neighbor unveiled a chilling sight, a figure cloaked in darkness, donning a mask that mirrored Catherine's likeness with an uncanny precision. The phantom presence, moving with mechanical precision, hinted at a malevolent force manipulating the strings of fate. As the hunt for the elusive mask spanned across the country, whispers of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop echoed through the shadows. Yet by the time investigators arrived, the mask had vanished once more, leaving behind a trail of unanswered queries. The case, officially unsolved, lingered as a haunting reminder of forces unseen and destinies entwined. The detective, haunted by Catherine's journal and the specter of impending darkness, grappled with the knowledge that the mask's hunger for souls knew no bounds. In the stillness of night, she would awaken with a shiver, a sense of unseen eyes watching her every move. Securing her windows and doors, she sought solace in the fleeting respite of sleep, knowing that the mask, with its empty eye sockets fixed upon the living, awaited its next unwitting victim. The tale of the mask, a vessel of malevolence that traversed time and space in search of souls to consume, whispered of a legacy stained in blood, a legacy that persisted in the shadows, waiting to ensnare those who dared to uncover its dark secrets. Story 23. She had the urge to freshen up the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls, once a serene shade of blue that seemed to hold secrets within its faded hues, were now being coated with a fresh layer of white paint. As the roller glided over the surface, something unexpected emerged from beneath the layers, a series of faint letters gradually becoming more distinct, forming a hidden message. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat. Stepping back, her eyes caught sight of something unsettling, tiny handprints imprinted on the wet paint, too high for any child to have reached. This peculiar discovery within the nursery of the Morgan household sparked the beginning of what later became known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style residence at a surprisingly low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, her notebook at the ready. A pregnant woman greeted her, her belly pronounced beneath paint-spattered overalls. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, evident in the shadows under her eyes from countless sleepless nights. Her hands trembled as she recounted finding the hidden message and handprints. According to the woman, the previous owners had abruptly departed, leaving under the cover of night with only essential belongings crammed into their car. The detective, with a sense of foreboding, explored the historic home, the sound of her footsteps echoing on the aged floorboards. In the nursery, she observed the unfinished wall where the cryptic message still lingered, accompanied by 5 child-sized handprints in the fresh paint at an adult's height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records. The house had changed owners numerous times in 3 decades, a suspiciously high turnover rate. What sent chills down her spine were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families, detailing children hearing whispers from unseen sources and feeling watched as they slept. The detective delved further, unearthing construction logs and historical archives. The house's previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who had operated an orphanage on the premises, was a key figure in the dark history. Newspaper clippings hinted at the disappearance of 5 children under Eleanor's care, a mystery left unsolved as the children were assumed to have run away, a common occurrence for orphans in that era. During renovations after Eleanor's passing, a sealed room was discovered behind the nursery wall, filled with children's belongings but devoid of any remains. The case remained unresolved, gathering dust in archives until Detective Klein reopened it. Interviewing former residents, a pattern emerged: families with children reported eerie incidents of toys moving on their own, laughter resonating through empty corridors, and mysterious drawings appearing overnight. Most dismissed these occurrences until the cryptic messages reappeared during repainting sessions in the nursery. The handwriting matched Eleanor Blackwood's journals, sending shivers down the detective's spine. A breakthrough came when the detective persuaded the current residents to permit a scan of the basement floor using ground-penetrating radar. The results revealed anomalies: 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete, each resembling a child's size. Breaking through the floor unveiled a chilling truth: 5 sets of child remains arranged in a circle, dating back to Eleanor's tenure. Each child wore a pendant engraved with their name, the very orphans who had supposedly fled. Luminol was sprayed in the nursery, illuminating handprints on every wall, hidden beneath layers of paint, a silent testament to the children's desperate attempts to escape. Eleanor's journals exposed her twisted beliefs, convinced that orphan children held a special energy she could harness to prolong her own life. The children's final act of defiance was etched into the walls, a plea for someone to uncover their tragic end. The case concluded with a proper burial for the victims, their names finally recognized as murder victims rather than runaways. The house stood vacant, the expectant couple refusing to step foot inside ever again. Detective Klein's report detailed the luminol-illuminated handprints and the haunting message under the paint, acknowledging that justice was served for the victims, but an unexplainable presence lingered in the house, a spectral echo reaching out through time and paint. The nursery walls were raised during cleanup, yet workers reported hearing ghostly whispers amidst the debris, enough to send shivers down their spines. The house was condemned, its secrets sealed within, a cold case unsolved in the annals of history, a reminder that some mysteries transcend mortal closure. Detective Klein kept a photograph as a memento, one capturing 5 glowing handprints, a poignant reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks impossible to erase, even with fresh layers of paint. Story 24. The wooden plank shifted ever so slightly under her weight, catching her attention in a moment of quiet discovery. She knelt down, tracing the edges with delicate fingers, sensing the hidden secrets beneath the seemingly solid floor. With a gentle touch, she lifted the boards, unveiling a dark and narrow space that lay concealed beneath the old house. At first, all she saw was dust dancing in the dim light and cobwebs clinging to forgotten corners. But as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she beheld the truth that lay hidden below. A mattress, a chair, and in the shadowed corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages upon pages bearing a single name, her own name, written over and over in a haunting repetition. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, the silence between them thick with unspoken fear and curiosity. It was more than just a hidden room that they faced. It was a violation of sanctuary, a trespass of darkness into what should have been a haven of new beginnings. "Don't disturb anything," Detective Reed's voice was steady, a beacon of calm in the midst of the unknown. With a click, the flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing walls adorned with a collage of surveillance, snapshots of Sarah navigating her daily routines, captured without her knowledge, a shrine of obsession meticulously crafted beneath her very feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of a reclusive man named Walter Green, who had passed away, leaving behind a legacy of solitude. The property had stood empty for months, its history shrouded in silence until it found its way into Sarah's possession. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and minor renovations, omitting the chilling truth that lay buried beneath the floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was a whisper of disbelief. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I thought that hidden basement had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report indicated." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment echoed through the house, a somber rhythm against the wooden floors. They meticulously documented every detail, capturing evidence that spoke of a twisted obsession. The mattress, the chair, the notebook, all extracted from the hidden chamber for further scrutiny. Forensic analysis revealed a labyrinth of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, but it was the timeline that sent shivers down the investigators' spines. Years of meticulous surveillance, a silent presence that had shadowed Sarah's every move, unnoticed until now. "The depth of fixation often escalates," the department's psychologist offered, a somber note in the briefing room. "From fantasy to reality, from obsession to action. The hidden room suggests a preparation for something more sinister." Detective Reed's pursuit of truth led her to an unexpected revelation during an interview with Walter's former coworker from the local shopping center maintenance department. Fidgeting uneasily, the man confessed, his eyes avoiding hers. "Walter spoke of her sometimes," he admitted. "Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was harmless, just the ramblings of an old man I never imagined." His voice trailed off, lost in the weight of his revelation. A warrant granted access to Walter's untouched workplace locker, revealing a key that unlocked a mystery sealed within a storage unit registered in his name. With a grating sound, the metal door rolled open, unveiling a chilling replica of Sarah's former life. Furniture meticulously arranged, a mannequin donning a wig echoing Sarah's likeness, and a calendar marking a date that loomed ominously close. Together, a single word etched in red, a promise of a fate that never came to pass. The investigation delved further, unearthing Walter's troubled past, a history of institutionalization stemming from a delusion known as erotomania, a belief in a love that existed only in his mind. Released and living a quiet life until Sarah unknowingly triggered his dormant obsession. Spread across the table in the police station were the pieces of a twisted puzzle, a portrait of a man consumed by a fantasy that bordered on madness. His reality was shaped by an illusion of connection, a delusion of destiny. Detective Reed's words hung heavy in the air. In his mind, they were meant to be together. Questions lingered, doubts whispered in the shadows of the room. Could a chance encounter have sparked this fixation? Could a fleeting moment have ignited a flame that consumed Walter's fragile reality? Sarah made the difficult decision to part ways with the house, a sanctuary tainted by the ghosts of its previous owner. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the emptiness of the living room, a sense of relief mingled with lingering dread. "I can't help but wonder," her voice carried a tremor of unease. "What if I hadn't noticed that loose floorboard? How long would I have lived here, unaware of the eyes that watched me, of the secrets hidden beneath my very feet?" With Walter's death, the case was closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, a dark chapter concluded but never forgotten. Sarah's life took a new course, veering away from the shadows of her past, guarded against the unseen dangers that lurked in the periphery. Detective Reed kept a silent vigil over her, a silent guardian against the tides of fate that had nearly swept Sarah into darkness. The cottage found new owners, a young couple unaware of the history that lay buried beneath its floors. The hidden room was sealed, its secrets entombed once more beneath layers of wood and dust. Life moved on, the echoes of the past fading into whispers of memory. But for those who bore witness to the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor lingered as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the shadows that danced unseen, of the monsters that lurked in plain sight, and of the fragile line that separated safety from peril in the quiet spaces of the world. Story 25: The Hidden Room Beneath the House. The real estate listing had made no mention of a basement. The blueprints showed no indication of its existence. Yet, as the family removed the old carpet, they uncovered a hidden door beneath it. With a rusted handle, it took 3 of them to pry it open. A musty, stale air greeted them, heavy with the scent of damp earth. Steps descended into darkness, leading them into the unknown. Anticipating storage, they instead found a solitary chair illuminated by a swaying light bulb above, and on the wall behind it, a collection of photographs of them. Images captured from within their own home, a chilling realization that sent shivers down their spines. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during a harsh winter, where darkness enveloped the neighborhood early. The 2-story house, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, had drawn them in with its perceived character and history. Little did they know the depths of history that resided within its walls, ready to intertwine with their present in a chilling manner. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already at work securing the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she described the hidden room beneath their living room floor. Connors wasted no time, instructing her team to document every detail before further exploration. The basement, the size of a standard bedroom, revealed concrete walls painted a dull gray. A single chair stood anchored to the floor, bathed in harsh light from above, casting eerie shadows across the space. But it was the row of photographs that captured their attention, meticulously arranged in chronological order, capturing the family's every move. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that the house held secrets dating back years. Previous owners' fingerprints lingered in the basement, adding to the mystery of the hidden room. Each family had resided briefly before selling the property at reduced prices, none mentioning the existence of a basement in their accounts. Interviews with past owners unearthed inconsistencies in the property's history. Blueprints altered, permits filed and withdrawn, inspection reports redacted, painting a picture of deliberate concealment. The key breakthrough came from a contractor who had renovated the house years earlier, vehemently denying the existence of the hidden room. Digital forensics uncovered a memory card hidden in the light fixture, revealing a trove of images capturing not just the Mercers but previous families as well. Intimate moments, mundane routines, all observed by an unknown presence within the house. Audio files recovered from a buried box in the basement exposed a sophisticated surveillance system recording conversations throughout the house. Connors ordered a thorough search, leading to the discovery of hidden monitoring stations and a journal filled with detailed observations of each family's life. The journal's final entries hinted at a looming presence, with chilling phrases hinting at unseen watchfulness. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the author to be Edward Kelvin, the house's original builder who had seemingly vanished during construction. The manhunt culminated in the discovery of Kelvin hidden within the house's walls, living a clandestine existence among the families he had observed. His detached demeanor spoke of a distorted perception where the families were mere subjects in his private theater. Kelvin's psychological evaluation revealed severe delusions, viewing the families as temporary guests in what he considered his permanent domain. The Mercer family, like those before them, chose to flee, leaving behind the house and its haunting memories. The trial exposed the full extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, showcasing the house as a meticulously planned observation apparatus. Despite the demolition of the property, the families remained haunted by the violation of their privacy, questioning if they had ever truly been alone within those walls. The echoes of unseen eyes and unheard whispers lingered, a reminder of the chilling secrets hidden beneath the surface. Story 26. In the beginning, the new occupants of the Victorian-era home believed it was merely peeling wallpaper, a minor imperfection in their charming abode. But as they delicately removed the layers, a hidden narrative began to unfurl. Inked onto the walls, repeated endlessly, was a singular name, Alina Winters. This name, in a frenzied, uneven scrawl, spanned every inch of the wall, imprinting a sense of unease upon the unraveling mystery. It bore no connection to the previous proprietors or any known records. Intrigued, they turned to the internet, where a single result awaited them: a cold case of a vanished individual from decades past. What shook them to their core was the uncanny resemblance between the woman in the aged photograph and the seller of the house, the enigmatic Margaret Cavendish. Michael and Sarah Klein had not planned an immediate renovation of their newfound dwelling. The allure of the historic home, acquired at a surprisingly modest cost from the silver-streaked-haired Margaret, who appeared eager to part with it before her cross-country relocation, had captivated them. The house whispered tales of bygone eras through its ornate woodwork and lofty ceilings, drawing the couple into its embrace. Their journey began with a simple water stain in the master bedroom, a yellowish blemish marring the vintage floral wallpaper. Upon exploration, a succession of layers revealed themselves, each holding a piece of the past. Outdated paisley motifs from the 70s, followed by striped patterns from an earlier time, led to an unexpected find buried within the third layer: a name, Alina Winters, hauntingly repeated in ink on aged beige paper. The frantic handwriting, growing more erratic, left Sarah and Michael pondering the identity of this mysterious Alina. Sarah's whisper lingered in the air, "Who's Alina Winters?" as her fingers trailed the desperate script. The revelation unsettled them, prompting an evening of digital sleuthing into property records. The search yielded little until a digitized newspaper article shed light on Alina Winters, a 27-year-old woman reported missing in the bitter winter months of yesteryears. The resemblance between Alina and Margaret, the seller of their house, sent shivers down their spines, hinting at a connection lost to time. Their intrigue morphed into an all-consuming quest as they delved into the past. Sarah's inquiries with prior residents unveiled a peculiarly short ownership tenure by Margaret Cavendish before passing the torch to them. The dormant investigation gained traction when the retired detective recalled Aliner's disappearance, a case that dwindled into obscurity with no tangible leads. Forensic scrutiny of the wall's enigmatic inscriptions unearthed ink traces aged 3 decades, intertwining Aliner's fate with the present. Meanwhile, Sarah unearthed a concealed compartment beneath the bedroom closet floorboards, revealing a trove of identification cards bearing varying names but identical faces, including one that mirrored Margaret Cavendish. The trail led to a dead end, with Margaret's vanishing act mirroring Aliner's fate. A pivotal discovery reshaped the narrative. The DNA from hidden hair strands matched Aliner Winters, while fingerprints pointed to a psychiatric patient, Rebecca Eldridge, suffering from dissociative identity disorder. Rebecca's alter ego, Aliner, had assumed control, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. The scrawled name on the wall emerged as a poignant plea from a fractured mind clinging to semblances of truth amidst chaos. Michael and Sarah observed as forensic teams meticulously probed their backyard, unearthing long-buried secrets that tied Aliner's fate to their property. The excavation uncovered Aliner's remains, closing a chapter of unresolved sorrow 3 decades in the making. Rebecca Eldridge, under the guise of Margaret Cavendish, met her reckoning while attempting to flee justice, confessing to Aliner's demise in a fit of jealousy. The walls themselves bore witness to a tragedy, serving as both confessional and prison for a fractured soul seeking redemption. For Aliner's kin, belated justice arrived, while Michael and Sarah's dream dwelling became a spectral relic in the annals of true crime, a house where the walls whispered of long-buried secrets, forever etched in the tapestry of a chilling tale. Story 27. The Polaroid lay nestled among a collection of aged memories, capturing a birthday celebration long faded from recollection. Faces frozen in time, flickering candles casting a warm glow, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. However, as the daughter sifted through the box of old photos passed down to her, something caught her eye. A presence lurking in the background of each image, a man shrouded in mystery, standing just beyond the reach of the candlelight. He was not a familiar face, not a part of the family's cherished memories. Yet with each passing photo, he drew nearer. Sarah Winters unearthed the forgotten photos while clearing out her mother's attic post-funeral. A nondescript cardboard box labeled Memories held within it a treasure trove of moments frozen in time, documenting family gatherings from her childhood. What should have brought solace and nostalgia soon morphed into the inception of a haunting nightmare. The initial photograph, his presence was subtle, a mere shadow lingering at the periphery during her 7th birthday festivities. A dark silhouette standing by the glass door, features obscured, observing. In the subsequent snapshot, taken moments later, he had stealthily advanced indoors. By the 3rd photo, he loomed behind her uncle, unnoticed by all captured in the frames. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers. "Dad, who is this mysterious figure haunting our family pictures?" An eerie silence followed her question, broken only by a sharp inhale. "What figure? There should be no one but family members," her father's voice quivered. Sarah hastily captured digital images of the Polaroids and dispatched them to her father. His immediate callback bore a rare tremor in his voice. "This is impossible. We would have noticed a stranger among us." Detective Marcus Reed attentively absorbed Sarah's account as she laid out the enigmatic photos on his desk at the precinct. Rain pattered against the windows, casting dancing shadows over the evidence. With weathered hands, the detective meticulously examined each photo, his gaze narrowing. "No one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his tone a blend of neutrality and intrigue. No one, Sarah affirmed, but observed the progression. She arranged the photos in chronological order, revealing a chilling evolution. As the detective leaned in, the metal chair groaned under his weight. What initially seemed like paranoia began to solidify before his eyes. The mysterious figure advanced methodically through the party, photo by photo, inching closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final frame, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a pallid hand outstretched towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. "The photographer," Reed proposed, his doubt thinly veiled. "My mother took these pictures." She set the timer and hurried into the shot. The detective replicated the images and initiated a case file. Within days, he reached out to all surviving attendees of the party. None recalled the enigmatic man. No external personnel had been engaged. No unexpected visitors had graced the secluded property, chosen specifically for its isolation. Facial recognition software proved futile. The figure remained strategically obscured, as if cognizant of the camera's lens. Yet his posture hinted at practiced intent. The investigation might have halted there had Sarah not stumbled upon additional photos in other family albums. Varying gatherings, different years. Yet the enigmatic figure persisted, always lurking in the background, perpetually unnoticed in the moment. A specialized computer analyst enhanced the images, unveiling hidden details obscured by time. A scar tracing his wrist, a distinct ring adorning his finger. A partial reflection in a window unveiling facial features once concealed in shadow. The breakthrough emerged from dental records. The teeth visible in one enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished following inquiries related to 3 child abductions spanning the region. Cold cases that had long evaded resolution. Cases that coincided with the timelines of the documented gatherings in the photos. Records disclosed Keller's employment with the property cleaning company tasked with maintaining the vacation site hosting Sarah's birthday. Possessing master keys to numerous rental properties in the vicinity, properties where other families convened, properties from which children had vanished. Upon scouring the grounds of Keller's former abode, authorities unearthed buried remnants beneath the concrete. A hair clip identical to that worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a boy who vanished post-family reunion, a bracelet Sarah instantly recognized as her childhood possession, presumed lost. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the unraveled horrors captured in the photos, Sarah received a call from the detective. Remains discovered near one of the vacation properties had been identified. DNA confirmed the presence of one of the missing children. Gazing at the final birthday photo, the faces of her family bathed in the candle's warm glow, frozen in jubilation, Sarah felt a shiver course through her. Behind her younger self, partially obscured by shadows yet undeniably present, the enigmatic figure loomed. Patient, calculating, invisible to all in that fleeting moment of joy. The revelation threaded unsolved mysteries across decades, providing closure to bereaved families, albeit not in the manner they had envisioned. The shadow lingering in the family photos had finally been exposed to the light of justice, his existence acknowledged after years of clandestine presence. Gathering the photos, Sarah returned them to their box. They now stood as tangible evidence, a testament to the unseen threats that traverse celebrations unnoticed, leaving behind mere whispers of their passage through timeless frozen frames.